it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, through me, 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 through him. You and me, one, you and me, you and. gift, heart in your pocket, but I still don't feel your love. You give me your time, days in the sunshine, but I still don't feel your love. I keep pacing, got no patience, want you to be all mine, baby. I don't see what you got to lose. make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, 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 through him. You and me, one, you and me, you and.
at the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that the crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Chicken over lit, walking down this road. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the hit, that the crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relate, walking down this road. I relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Get it.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to beautiful London. Even though it is a rainy day, we're gonna make it fireworks on the Rift. We're back in the Copper Box Arena and MSI 2023, where the West's final hope and huge underdogs, Golden Guardians, will be facing off against JDG for a shot versus BLG on Sunday. My name is Shox, and I am joined by Emily Rand and Chronicler on the desk. What a cool trio to look over these games today. And as said, it's raining outside, so it's the first time, actually, since the time we've been here. So London is finally delivering on that front, meaning we can watch some League of Legends without shame.
Yeah, we had a lot of drizzle, but actual rain, you know, I think it's an authentic London experience. You need to get it, and hopefully everyone, there will be a long day of games.
Yeah.
We get to watch a lot, and the rain will have passed by the time it's done. Right?
I don't have high hopes.
Right?
Well, that just sets the tone for the day, I guess.
Go.
Let's take a look at the bracket, though, because if you look at it from the one hand, you're probably sad for the LCS and the LEC, but you could also just be very happy, Chronicler, about how the LCK teams and BLG are doing.
Yeah, as an LCK fan, I've had a wonderful week. I think that seeing not only Gen G be as strong as they were in finals, but T1 actually both swap up their strategy and look as dominant as they did in the regular split was really cool for me to see.
Yeah, and then from BLG yesterday, I mean, I do think BLG are still, you know, not as strong as the team we're about to see today, in my mind. Hopefully I'm not proven wrong on that. But it was cool to see them, you know, I know it was a rough time for C9, and I know they're going to want some of those games back. But I did like BLG's team fighting in particular and a lot of their team fight setups. And I did like the joke from Yagao, who was like, yeah, we knew we had to 3-0 because we had a dinner reservation for On's birthday.
Yeah. You know what? I call a little bit of bluff because even if they played 5 games, they would have still been out by like 5 or 6 p.m.
Maybe they were a really long game.
Yeah. Maybe it was just a reservation for 7, but I like that they did it this way, though. It was cool. A little bit of banter. We've had actually a lot of banter this MSI. So let's get into this matchup, which is the last best of 5 in this part of the bracket stage. Then tomorrow we have 2 back-to-back ones of the upper and the lower bracket. But Golden Guardians first. Let's talk about their journey here, because you could say they don't have a chance today. They're not supposed to win, but they weren't supposed to do anything actually this year.
Yeah, I know it was covered in play-ins, but this is a team that was pretty much across the board rated 8th going into the competitive season this year. They started 0-4 in the LCS split, went on a tear kind of in the mid, but then dropped off later on in the split, so ended up 6th. We were thinking they might even slip out of playoffs. They made playoffs. They were not supposed to make it here to MSI. They weren't even supposed to win their first playoff match, so they made an incredible run through the LCS playoffs. I don't know if we're not supposed to reach bracket stage. Maybe some people thought that, maybe they didn't. But they are certainly not supposed to beat JDG today.
Yeah, sounds like a good setup for the meme we all know and love, but unfortunately, they're memes for a reason, right? The actual chances, and we need to be realistic about this, are low for GG here today.
I mean, if you look at their opponents, I think it's a juxtaposition of stories going into this one, because for JDG, this is the super team to end all super teams. Everyone expected them to be here, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can point to JDG's series, their first series against BLG in the LPL playoffs, and you're like, that's their one kind of major slip up on their way here. They still ended up winning that series, and then they looked really dominant in their finals against BLG, despite the fact that it was a 3-1 instead of a 3-0. This is a team that was constructed to win, and they are here, and they are a tournament favorite.
And what I am extremely excited about here today is to see what are we going to see. Are we going to see the way that they played in the playoffs? And as you said, even though the first series was relatively close, the second one, they made clear that they are by a large margin the best team in the LPL. And we haven't seen them for a very long time at this point.
No, and if you haven't been able to follow the LPL, you saw they have Knight in the mid lane now and Ruler in the AD carry position, and there's a lot of things we can talk about. But to cherry pick one, let's talk about 369 in the top lane, and what a might he has been in contention for the conversation of the best top in the world, together with Zeus last year as well, Emily, and certainly someone that everyone wants to see perform.
Yeah, I mean, 369 is such a fun player. I remember watching him in Demacia Cup 2018, and I was like, this kid is going to be something super special. The coolest thing for me is how much he evolved, especially through last year, where he was really heavily criticized by his own teammates even for not being able to play something outside of very specific carries. So he really grinded to be a more well-rounded player, and we've absolutely seen that last year and also this year. He can play weak side, he can play strong side, he can do it all.
He can do it all, indeed, and that's why 369 and FLICKR are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The ability to not only take criticism, but reflect on it and use it to grow yourself as a player is invaluable to those that are seeking to become the best in the world. In today's featured matchup, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, we have 2 players that exemplify this uncommon trait. FLICKR's domination in play-ins shattered an illusion of being washed up and shows exactly what the right team can do for the right player.
Now on to Elk, who gets the wild growth on top of him. FLICKR trying to jump in with the all-out. Elk flashes away, charmed up, taken down. You cannot deny that the Cassante will get his mark.
An impressive comeback performance. On the other side of the rift, we see 369, whose name was synonymous with the consistent rolls of a dice. Quietly but steadily changed to become one of the most reliable top laners in the world.
Into the charm, it's beautiful stuff. Now waiting here, and Gal still in a lot of danger. Explosion cast used, 369 does a barrel roll.
Both of these incredible personalities have been humbled before and grown because of it. The question is, who will fall again?
What an awesome featured matchup, and for the side of GG as well, if you could see it as an underdog matchup, but it could prove to be very interesting. It's going to be difficult though. Maybe for people who last saw JDG last year, you know, it's not that they necessarily play as much around 369 as they used to, right?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to be on a carry. I think the biggest evolution in his play is that he can be left alone and just mitigate pressure. And while that's been something that's been credited to FLICKR as well, I think 369 is similarly well-rounded, so I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in the top lane.
Personally, I'm expecting maybe if 369 wants to do the same thing that we saw in the Gen G series, where Doran, a player that in playoffs was basically exclusively on tank duty, get some counter picks, get some explosive matchups, and we actually see these two face off in anything that is not a tank versus tank matchup.
And it's super interesting you bring that up, because one of the stories with FLICKR is that he was kind of universally rated one of the worst tops in the LCS throughout the regular season split. And it was in the 100 Thieves series where he noticed they were never going topside, and he was like, okay, you know, give me the counter pick. So you can see his LCS regular season counter pick rate was 33%. During the playoffs, it went all the way up to 76%, which is the highest of all tops. Currently, in MSI play-ins, and all of MSI, actually, when I checked yesterday, he has the lowest counter pick rate. So he's back to being... He's back to blind picking a little bit more, so I'm curious to see what they do. I don't even know. It's a rough matchup for him, I think.
Yeah.
And I do think that with top lane, how it stands, I was saying earlier, I would love some carry versus carry matchups. But we have actually seen that a lot of the game is centered toward the bot side of the map, and it's more about how, as a top laner, can you enable the rest of your team. Sure, you need to be able to not drop too many plates and keep up in lane, but it's about how you play out the team fights and how you're able to impact the rest of the map.
Yes, and since we have 369, I think we did this in the past as well, but we're going to try and predict through the dice, and I have a dice cam. Wait, it's got to focus. Let's see if it's going to work. It takes a second for it to stream. Is it going to work? I don't know. Yes, okay.
Let's go. All right. I was only rolling 3s before the day started, so. A 6.
That's a 6.
Ooh.
Yeah, 6.
So what does that mean? Because, like, perfect 369, that would be an absolute stomp. What's a 6?
He'll do okay, right? He's solid.
Okay.
Good enough.
They'll play through bot lane. They'll play through bot lane.
Great. Okay, Dice Cam, thank you for that. Awesome, we'll check in on this and if the first game does go this way. But let's break away from that top lane just a little bit and look at some of the other elements that are going to influence this matchup and talk about jungle, because Emily, you took a specific look at River's pathing.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up just a small example from play-ins against the PSG series, in which FLICKR is actually going to end up on this bottom side invading here. After they set up, right here, he's going to come, he's going to end up doing birds to red to Krugs, and then come and wrap around here in the bot lane to set up for a gank. And I think the big thing you can also see is this is something that we saw a lot during the LCS split. You'll see in a moment that they're going to actually start pinging out Woody on the bot side, which is who they're going to go after. And as soon as that gets pinged out, who he is going to go in. This actually could have ended up going a little bit not as good as what ended up happening, but obviously they wanted to focus on snowballing this bot lane. River is a jungler who is going to focus on getting into his lanes, right? And that means that he is not going to have the same heavy farming advantages that Kanavi will. Someone like Kanavi is a very, very different jungler.
What I want to highlight as well, looking at Kanavi, is that when it comes to like the mid-game late team fights, being their first team, setting up engages, most notably on this Wukong, for example, he is incredibly consistent, incredibly strong. And what has been, for me, a really big theme of this tournament is that teams like GG actually have been able to get early game leads. But it's actually turning those into more than just a lead, because if you don't, Kanavi's late game impact, I think, is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and that's why I think this jungle matchup is kind of interesting. Obviously, we're all hinting at it. We're expecting a very lopsided series in favor of JD Gaming. This is a tournament favorite. But I think the disparate jungle styles is going to be really interesting for me, because as we saw from GG, even in their LCS final series against C9, they would have leads that they would not be able to convert into wins. And even if they do get an an early lead, I fully expect that JDG and Kanavi will be able to better them in teamfights.
Yeah, in that regard, it is a bit of a trend that we've seen the last couple of days with the Western teams in general. We have to look at the bot lane a little bit as well, I feel, because aside from being two very interesting stories, also competitively, it's cool to look at Ruler, who's now on this lineup, and Stixxay, who, as we said already in the plains, is back here at MSI finally.
And if you haven't watched any of the LPL and you haven't watched any of the game, I'm like, hey, why is Ruler no longer in GNG where he has been for so long? Did go, of course, to the LPL, did go to JDG, and had a great impact there. And we actually see a lot of similarities between how Gen G used to play around him. We see JDG do the same thing as well. As Jinx, really good example. The team fighting consistency and output in terms of damage that this player is able to do has been a hallmark of a lot of what Gen G has been able to do throughout all these years. And he's doing the same thing on JDG.
Yeah, and he's transformed JDG into an even more complete team, right? With the 2 acquisitions across the board in general. Now, I know that sometimes here we are blamed for cherry picking stats. And he's up versus Stixxay. But in this next graphic we're going to show, for which our stats analysts had to stay up all night.
Wow.
They put in a lot of work, okay?
Yeah.
Wow. This is not...
Look at that.
Look at that.
Cherry-picked at all.
No.
One
Facts. Cold hard facts, Emily.
Oh, one thing I do want to say is that it's cool they kind of came onto the scene in the same time. And I know Stixxay has actually talked a lot about how doing so well that early in his career, making an MSI finals his first year, right? His first international event. He's been trying to get back there and he almost retired. So to see him on the stage, going up against Ruler, another player that started around the same time, it's just really cool.
Yeah, the story that he had to get convinced to take a spot on the academy team, that everyone wanted to play with him, and now against all odds they make it to MSI. But let's see what magic they can make at MSI in the bracket stage and who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. It's as lopsided as it has been. 74.5.
That's actually more for Golden Guardians
than you expected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Your
good.
expectations weren't very high. I think it's very fair given the state of the matchup, right? This is the LPL #1 seed. JDG is an incredible team, and even if you can get an early lead, like GG have been able to, it's hard to actually knock them down.
It's incredibly lopsided. You can also send in your votes every day at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter. In 20 seconds then, Emily, playing standard is probably not going to cut it. I don't know. Playing towards the top side, maybe also not. So what is it going to be if we were to see an upset today?
All right, if you want my absolute copium take,
yes,
because Golden Guardians are known for picking some stuff that they have not practiced in scrims. They're just going to randomly throw out there, especially with Huhi in the support position. That's what they have to do, right? They're on red side, get some flex picks in there, get creative, because if you can do that and have River have a good early game, that's your best shot.
Team fights, team sides. The laning doesn't matter. Just try and 5v5. Maybe you can get a win there.
Perfect. Let's see. That's all from us here at the desk. It is time for a showdown between tournament favorites from the LPL JDG and NA's last hope. Hey, there's a lower bracket. The Golden Guardians.
Triple kill for Whoosh. He's looking for more. Stixxay! Are you kidding me? Triple of his own.
Feels great to be back at MSI after 7 years. I think our initial goal was to make the bracket stage, and now that we did that, we're just going to see how far we can go there.
从他们入围赛的表现来看，也是非常强的。因为他们打 BLG 赢下了1分吧，就还是需要警惕的。
It's just really obvious that their individual skill is higher than people that they're playing against, and that seems to be how they win the games.
我觉得我其他中单不一样的点，可能我游戲里打的可能比较自信吧，就出装会比较激进。
LPL을 우승하고 온 팀이다 보니까 당연히 잘할 거라 생각하고 솔직히 좀 겁이 나는데 계속 말하지만 최선을 다해보겠습니다.
I'm actually really excited to play versus JDG because I had a bit of a thing with Ruler back in the day, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. So it's really cool that I get to play versus an actual game.
스틱xay 선수는 되게 잘했던 선수라고 기억하고 있습니다. 우와 신기하다 라는 생각을 되게 많이 했었고 지금도 잘 한다고 생각을 해가지고 열심히 막아보겠습니다.
I've waited 7 years for this and I'm not going to miss my shot.
제가 경기를 이기면 알려줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
London! Please welcome the final two teams to the MSI bracket stage. JDG and Golden Guardians!
Hello and welcome everyone to another day of MSI 2023. I am Azel, I'm joined here by Dagda, and finally Flowers has arrived, traveling to an international tournament here for the first time since 2019.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here. It's JDG and the Golden Guardians in the final match of this stage of the bracket of the tournament. JDG has never been to MSI before. Golden Guardians has never been to international competition before, and now I want to see both teams leave it all here on the stage.
I mean, there's a huge amount of pressure here up against for GG against JDG. Shingdong Gaming are absolutely insane at the moment. Like, it's going to be an uphill battle, but we'll have to see if Golden Guardians can try and fight.
I mean, it's easy for Golden Guardians. You just focus the weak link, and oh wait, we're losing the bot lane, so we're not going to go there.
Okay.
Well, oh, Knight's in mid lane. Maybe not going to be there either. Well, we could just go. We can invade. Oh, Kanavi. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a problem. I'm not sure where they're going to go.
Yeah, there might be some issues in trying to find a weak link on a super team like JDG, but it all has to start here in the draft. Let's take a look at how it goes down. K'Sante, Kennen, and Ari banned out by JDG. Golden Guardians getting rid of the Nidalee, the Annie, and the Vi. Maokai, the first pick here for JDG.
I mean, what I'm looking for from Golden Guardians is to just play with confidence. You cannot go into a matchup like this afraid. Of course, JDG are monstrous favorites. Everyone knows that. You know, it's really them alongside the LCK teams I think are people looking at potential as MSI champions. This is a super team to end all super teams. They're ridiculously stacked across the board. So I want to see GG go with new picks, go with confidence, look for fights, just have faith in your abilities and hope that you can make some magic happen.
I mean, this could be one of them. It looks like River hovering at carry here. Belvet and Kazakhs are the two. That'd be so sick to see them brought out. Felio's already locked in as well. I know from back domestically, Ruler definitely preferred to go towards the Jinx, so I imagine we're probably going to see that as a response, but I'm excited to see if they do bring out something different, but it's back to basics.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Sejuani just far, far too powerful throughout. Honestly, the entirety of spring, this champion has been a very big presence in the meta.
Yeah.
Not surprised to see it locked in here in the game one. But JDG, they're going to lock in the Jace for themselves, as well as the Jinx there for Ruler in the bottom lane.
All right, so I'm looking for a melee pairing here from one of the solo lanes now, you know, for Licorice, for Gory, and where are they going to go? Licorice had been known to go towards a lot of carries during playoffs, you know, things like Olaf. He's willing to go towards really aggressive picks. I think that could be a strong pairing, unless they want to bring out something like a Salas perhaps for Gory.
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle a little bit, though, if you end up going towards the super short range, because just look at how much range is there with the Jace and the Jinx now locked in. It feels like you need things to try and close the distance, and Nautilus does fit that bill relatively well.
So we've got a Nautilus, we've got a Sejuani on the side of Golden Guardians, as well as the Aphelios there to be the big damage carry. This is how the Golden Guardians have played a lot of their games, putting faith in Stixxay, putting the economy and the resources in Stixxay later on, and he's got these guys for the CC and the front line to protect him. But that range that you're talking about on JDG, you gotta be careful
But
against.
this is also what we've basically seen coming out from the LCK teams, right? Like, you stick the Nautilus mid, you go for these mega tanks in front of your Aphelios, and just have a bunch of engage and let the Aphelios do the work. So it definitely feels like Golden Guardians have kind of taken a leaf out of that book and are going to go for that style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? I think that Nautilus could also easily be going down towards Hui. It is obviously a flex pick. The Jace could be Knight or 369 piloting this, so there are flex picks on both sides. You know, Hui is not one to shy away from these engage champions, even when they're not meta. He loves going towards these early aggressive engage champions like the Set, the Amumu, things that are really in his wheelhouse.
Well, the first half of the draft sees us looking at junglers and marksmen for both teams, as well as what could be a couple of flex picks there in that third slot. So with the second half now coming around, it's Golden Guardians focusing on the supports. They want to take out the Lulu and the Renata. Both are adept at enabling and supporting hyper carries like a Jinx, so they don't want to deal with that. While JDG is looking at some of the things they've already drafted, like a Maokai ult, for instance, and saying, let's keep Sylas off of the table for that. Yone, also one of those picks that not everybody in the world plays, but Gory is comfortable on.
Yeah, absolutely. And clearly JDG is not convinced that this is a Nautilus mid. They're still banning out some of the melee carry pairings that Gory would be playing here. Sylas is always an obvious one for me when Sejuani comes through, so it's going to be Psy on top. I do think we're waiting for 5th pick mid, unless they're going to go for a really spicy support counter pick. I do think this is likely to be a support Scion, but we'll have to see what they want to do. Clearly Golden Guardians trying to hold that till the last moment to really try to pick for some sort of an advantageous matchup. If the Gwen were to come through, it's really only carry versus carry matchups that can have much of a chance in it. So the Scion is going to be so much on that back foot, you know, really just trying to absorb the pressure, trying to survive.
Yeah, and I think now you just lock in something like a Thresh here in the bot lane, make sure that then, you know, Gwen can take care of herself, Maokai's going to be fine to play front line, and you've got that reposition tool if you need to for some of these long-range carries. Disengage isn't always a bad option as well, so it could be the Braum too, but it's the same idea. Look, let's just try and keep Golden Guardians at bay and free hit them from the back line.
Well, a little bit more time. Okay, the Braum going to get locked in there, so not something as much of a get-out-of-jail-free card as a Thresh would be or something that can save directly, but okay, we've got the Jax locked in, and yeah, that means Scion is now switched over, because you guys were just talking about, hey, Gwen's only really threatened by another carry.
Yeah.
Well, here comes the Jax copter.
So I was thinking that it was still going to be Nautilus support, but I wasn't expecting the Scion to move towards mid. So this is interesting because, you know, normally, as I was saying, FLICKR's just willing to play these carry matchups and see what he can get done. Jax is one of the carries I do actually really like into the Gwen. I do think it can sometimes be difficult early, but if you can actually get up to a couple items, you can definitely start to outscale. You can start to win out in those 1v1s. More difficult to team fight on the Jax, I would say, than the Gwen on the other side, but Scion is going to try to slot in a similar way that a Cassante would mid, and Scion is a great matchup into the Jace here. You can even go towards something like Comet if you want. It's not a long lane, so it's difficult for the Jace to really abuse this, and I actually like what Golden Guardians have drafted.
Yeah, I think it was a really good idea. The only thing I'm worried about is just the amount of push they have then in mid and bot, like the opportunity for them to try and put some pressure on towards River. And that's kind of where JDG have found a lot of success in the early game when you look at them domestically, is trying to find ways to use that push with Kanavi and get aggressive. It's why they have the most kills in the early game across the entirety of the LPL.
And not only do they have all of these kills, it's not like they need to have more numbers there. These guys are adept. They are so individually skilled. For Golden Guardians, they've got to have their heads on straight coming into this matchup. You cannot be trying to take some YOLO trades. You cannot be trying to ego on JDG, because this is a team that is absolutely merciless, and especially in the early game.
Absolutely. I mean, they are just ridiculously strong individuals. I would say, and I don't know if you agree, Egda, but I would say JDG is the best laning team in the world. I think that they are just so tough to deal with because of that, because every lane is so damn strong. Oh. He can just go either. Not gonna be able to get anything.
I know. It's the appearance of everybody pouring out of the fog. It's like, man, I do not want to be around here any longer. So 369, he'll get himself out of there. Featured matchup in the top lane. 369 versus FLICKR. Okay.
We have a spicy matchup to start it, and JDG are actually looking for something here with the Braum. We'll see if they can tag. they're fine, so they should be able to back it off, but they do get at least a little bit of that first strike gold. Worth noting, it is Ignite TP for 369, so he is really going more for that 1v1, less for kind of the team fight prowess. A lot of people would go Ghost if they want to go more for the utility, but Ignite gives you that kill pressure, especially early on, where I do already think this is a Gwen-favored matchup. So it's going to be difficult for LICKR. She's going to have to play it really carefully.
And I think if you are a player who has that level of confidence, if you are a guy who has that level of skill, then investing in your own ability to just take those trades, find those solo kills, and snowball this game to the point of no return very early on, very viable.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where you're going to end up struggling a little bit here as Golden Guardians, especially if you can get Kanavi up towards that top side and try to look for that kill pressure. And even, as we said, like Knight, and a couple of waves should have push pressure here, and that's going to make it incredibly hard then for Golden Guardians to try and play around this top side. And yes, you've got that, double melee where you can try and play along the Sejuani, but there's just so little damage on this top side in the early stages, it feels a little bit mitigated.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult for sure, but there's no easy answers when you're going up a team as stacked as JDG, right? At the end of the day, you're going to have to draft for comfort, and you're going to have to play the best of your ability, really hit that 100% mark to have a chance.
And the only person who really has that experience against like JDG or even Knight is Gory, right? Had that one split in the LPL, but wasn't able to find success against Knight or against JDG either. So I think he's definitely going to be giving his team a little bit of a heads up of what they might be in stock for.
And as we're waiting to get into like the first big play attempts being made really anywhere across the map, it's important to note that both of these teams are the fastest in their regions. Golden Guardian has the fastest average win time. JDG just has the fastest games. And so it's really important for Golden Guardians to make sure that they're not just playing afraid as well.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to be respectful, but they still need to be making attempts. This is a team that is not afraid to leave their lanes, try to roam around and force things to happen, and I think that's kind of what they would have to go with to try to catch JDG off guard.
Yeah, the hardest part of JDG is that, as Isaiah was kind of mentioned earlier, they're so strong in lanes. Like, they love playing around 369 a night, around that top side with Kanavi, but they just end up leaving Ruler and missing on this bot lane, and they've been incredible at just orchestrating their own leads. Like, when you look at it, 15 CSD on average at the 15-minute mark for Ruler in that bot side. It's been insane to see how those individual lanes have stepped up for JDG.
Yeah, River's up to the top side, but you got to be careful when you're low HP against an Ignite Gwen like this. Oh, this plant didn't actually spot him. He must be in the very corner of that brush. So this could actually bait 369 into going aggressive here. It doesn't look like it. It looks like LICKR's just going to take the reset. So he does get the push. They cover for the reset. And now River has been spotted. But would be first move here from Knight. So he does have to be somewhat respectful.
Back through in mid lane. Kanavi's just going to force Gory back here a little bit as that topside Scuttle Crab goes over to the Golden Guardians. You can see the TP being used from 369 just to get himself back to lane. Licorice doing the same thing, so both of our top laners going to go ahead for that first back here already. Neither one of the mid laners has done so yet, but with both currently channeling their recalls, all 4 of those solo lane teleports are going to be pretty synced up. Very important here 5 or 6 minutes from now to see when those are going to get involved again.
I like what Kanavi's doing at the moment, though. So obviously they trade Scuttle Crabs on the map, but he's getting deep vision now onto the Sejuani camps respawn on the bottom side. And a huge amount of this is kind of leaning into what we're talking about, is trying to use the push that Ruler and Knight will have to move into that and see if they can take over the map. Yes, the wave is pushing away from them now, but Ruler should be okay.
Oh, nice engage there from Huhi. This thing going to get caught by the hook, but that means they can't really do a whole lot more. It is Braum, pretty easy to disengage from that one.
Yeah, and I think this is more of just a coverage play here. 6A is actually pretty low on health and doesn't have a potion remaining, so I was thinking he was just going to try to help them push it out. Does at least get that ward in Tri-Brush, so Kanavi will be spotted, but now they're in this awkward position where they are going to have to back it up, knowing that the jungler is in the area, but the wave is not in a great spot here, and it's not a cannon wave, so if you base it now, they could just hard shove this, and you are going to miss quite a bit.
And it looks like, unfortunately, that's kind of where they're at. You can see Stixay channeling the recall now, who he's just going to occupy as much time as he can from JDG, who will get this shoved in. Jinx rockets make it pretty easy to blast down that back line.
Yeah.
And with this about to collide into the turret, it's exactly what you're saying, man. They force Golden Guardians back. They make Stixay lose some of those resources.
Yeah, he's going to lose at least a full wave, if not more. You know, that's about 2 waves worth that are actually crashing right there. And you can see just the CS difference is already 20 off of that. You know, it was a lot closer earlier on, but a good little bit of pressure. The recall not able to be stopped here, and we'll see if Stixay can get any of this.
Yeah, you can see who he was trying to wait for when one player had already recalled, hit that magic sweet spot of just a fraction of a second to stop the other recall. Unfortunately, the timing not there means that nothing good comes of it. Golden Guardians behind a couple hundred gold here, but not a whole lot, as we're still 0 kills in 6 minutes into the game. Nobody's really been able to find a whole lot just yet. First Drake is the Hex Drake down there in the bottom side. We'll see if anybody pays attention to it. Golden Guardians in particular, not a really Drake-focused team.
You see Kanavi keeps thinking about going for these plays on the top side, but it's just not quite working out. Trying to see if he can cover for Rivers plays potentially here, but we'll spot out FLICKR now as he starts to make his way in, but should be totally fine. At least you don't get the ward down to spot out exactly where Kanavi is.
It is also interesting that Kanavi's actually playing first strike, so he probably is going more of that AP style build, even though they do have the Gwen. So it is going to be much more about that poke, you know, between the poke from the sapling, the poke from the Jace, the long range from this. Oh god, 6A is very likely dead.
Flashed away, but it's not enough. The Chompers are behind him, and Jinx is in front. It's first blood over to Ruler.
Ruler just about able to get forward to get the Chompers down to make that awkward, but Stixxay just barely clipped by Missing, and it sets up beautifully for the first blood.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that initial play began, because Hui wasn't there with him, so Stixxay pretty far up in lane. It does cost all 4 summoners from JDG, but they get the first blood, and they get it on Ruler, and Stixxay is now completely out of this lane. This lane is beyond over. You're down about 30 CS, plus your opponent has first blood. It's not going to be something that you're really going to be able to come back from in that 2v2. So Stixxay is just going to be relegated to just trying to accept whatever waves are pushed into him and really going to be on that back foot.
And that's rough in any game, but especially when you look at the composition Golden Guardians are playing in this game. 3 meatballs meant to protect an Aphelios, and if Aphelios isn't relevant, all of a sudden, what's the rest of the comp even going to do?
Yeah, what are you protecting?
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to get worse from here, especially as you can look towards Kanavi starting to move down, looking for dragons at level 6, but you're just going to get the replay here, so just hops forward to a minion. Stixxay way too far pushed up in this.
Yeah, Stixxay saw him. You know, it was. Yeah. I thought it was going to be something like where Stixxay stepped forward to actually hit the minion, and then he jumps over the wall and actually gets him. But you know, in this case, he had vision of him, so just not respectful stuff, and you can kind of see a little bit of a smirk there. It looks like on Ruler's face, and Stixxay knows he definitely messed that one up. But Golden Guardians will be able to secure the dragon, so nicely done from them on that bottom side, but it's already a 1.4k gold lead, and we're only 8 minutes in here. It's going to be a problem for Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians can at least take that consolation prize with the dragon. 8 minutes in, so not exceptionally early, and they still have to deal with the problem of you're only 1 Drake there. So if they keep building gold up gold up against you like this, well, you're not going to be able to continue just walking in and taking.
And I imagine that they'll be able to move up towards Rift Herald here as well. For JDG, you can see the resets from Ruler are missing on the bottom side. Kanavi's already up here, so they can start to rotate towards mid and make sure that they've got the quicker move as Kanavi already moving over.
Yep, you can see the pathing from Ruler and Missing, just heading straight up into the top side there. Kanavi now inside the pit, throws the sapling over the wall to give him an extra heads up if Golden Guardians are moving up behind that pit instead. As FLICKR gets into the 1v1 with 369, but it's not a fight that he's winning, especially not with Kanavi on the way. 369 drops the ignite, forces out the flash from the Golden Guardians top lane.
Yeah, FLICKR had to flash there. If he got hit by the slow, that would have been a disaster as the rest of JDG were on the way, but now Golden Guardians trying to contest.
Golden Guardians looking for the engage. Who he's already found it. They go in. They manage to find the kill on Ruler, and the Golden Guardians are on the board.
A big hook there from Hui. Flashes in, finding Ruler who had no sum, so they're going to get that kill. And they should be able to claim the Herald here as well. So Golden Guardians going right at him, not shying away from this fight. They knew they could capitalize on the fact that those summoners were missing. And it is 369 cheating down. It looks like JDG potentially want to re-engage here, but 369 does not have his ultimate, neither does Kanavi.
Ruler is also on the bottom side, so be a bit of a weird one if they wanted to. Missing stepping forward, yeah, I think he's just going to go top side, but might get caught.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird pathing though. You know, JDG were kind of like, Ruler's heading bot, but JDG were still hanging around in the area. Support's still staying in that area. So potentially Missing was worried about a collapse onto 369 because he was trying to reset that wave. So staying top to maybe just cover him.
It kind of baited Stixxay to move back up towards the top side as well. So you're actually going to get a bit of free time now for Ruler on the bottom end of the map. So at least it does kind of work out slightly for JDG where they get at least that play back. But big win for Golden Guardians managing to get that Rift Herald.
Yep, Golden Guardians still about 1,000 gold behind, but with the Herald and the Drake now in their pocket, it doesn't feel quite as bad. We'll have to wait and see what sort of situation they're going to use that Eye of the Herald in to see how much value they can get from it. But River now looking for an opportunity on 369 here. No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and FLICKR gets the kill.
Well played by Golden Guardians. They get that Herald, they get a kill back on this top side. the entire gold lead is Ruler. So Golden Guardians can fight anywhere that Ruler is not and be on even terms, right? And they are not shying away. They're trying to attack these missing summoners, attack these missing cooldowns. 369 had really overstayed his welcome. You know, Missing was up there for a while, helping him to reset the wave, but he greeted, potentially trying to finish another item and tried to push out that X wave. Gets killed for it.
And I mean, we might even see the punishment now again on the bot side. River immediately moving in here. Ruler's flash isn't quite up, does have the ghost available.
River looking for the engage here on bottom side. They missed the Glacial Prison, but they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but he goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. Second death on Ruler this game.
He finds Kanavi and also Missing. They're just going to continue to push in. They can easily take these plates here.
And the Herald comes out. They're thinking about fighting these guys here a little bit, but Stixxay's not around to do any damage to the enemy targets. They gotta be careful about this. Knight's making his way down here. Golden Guardians try to disengage. He's sticking around too long. He gives away a free kill. And now Golden Guardians have to retreat even further. River and Stixxay take damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket, but they'll escape before Knight arrives.
They do lose their support, but they get a kill on Ruler. They get 3 plates on that bottom tower, and that is really, really big here. They're trying to get some gold back on Stixxay. He was over 1K behind. He's now down 500. It is unfortunate that they haven't been able to give any of these kills to him, but still, Stixxay's back in it, and Golden Guardians are being competitive.
I was going to say, Golden Guardians are playing this incredibly well.
Yeah.
The fact that they're using these advantages elsewhere to now bring it down to Stixxay to try and right some of the wrongs that were there. Like, this is exactly what you need to do. As we said, this competition relies so heavily on Stixxay, so the fact they're getting him back into this game is so crucial.
And you can see Divine Sunderer completed on Licorice up there in the top side. Having that mythic item, we know how effective that makes Jax. Yeah. The stronger trades, the healing. In a carry versus carry matchup, if one of these guys can start getting that momentum, start building that up, it becomes difficult to answer. Here's another look at what went down in bottom lane.
This is actually just great from Hui. Hex Flash over the wall, max range hook to that wall there, and then actually able to get in range for the ultimate. So even though it's a nice sidestep on River's engage, Hui's been on point.
Hui's been such a monster all MSI long. Like, we were praising his set earlier on, his Amumu engages and planes were absolutely insane, and now we're seeing it against potentially one of the best teams in the world. Hui is stepping up huge for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, overstaying a little bit here, trying to get those plates. They do get the 3rd plate, but it is Hui giving up his life for it. And Golden Guardians right back to the river here, going to be trying to take their 2nd dragon of the game. They don't have push in mid though, so Knight is moving down. They do have push through bot. Ruler is coming out now. We'll see if they want to get this fight, because there could be an engage angle for Gory. Here he comes!
Golden Guardians are ready to go in. They try to engage on the enemy jungler, but they aren't able to find the damage in time. JDG can disengage it thanks to Kanavi's flash, and now they're ready for the counterattack. River's already dead, and Ruler got the money. They throw down the chompers, and they beat down the Guardians. Knight gets away back into the safety of the pit as Kanavi tries to buy a little more time. A shot from downtown from Knight, and Gory's running for the hills. Ruler finds another one, and JDG tear him in half.
They shut the door on Golden Guardians. A fantastic fight from JDG, managing to just find those kills. Ruler with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and then just free firing towards the end of that fight to finish off the team.
Yeah, he comes in, he gets that first reset with his ultimate from long range. That gives him the move speed to get quickly into that fight and really take over. We have to give so much credit to Missing on these plays. He's been really on point, blocks the engage here from Gory with the E, taking no damage from that, and then he finds his opportunity here as Knight has chipped him down a little bit. Missing flashes in Q, then the knockup comes through. Here's the ulti for the reset. That gets Ruler into the bottom of the fight from the bottom there, gets that 2nd kill. There's no way out for Gory and Stixxay, so all they can do is fight forward here, try to get one back. It is a double kill for Stixxay, but really well played for Missing. He was the X factor in that fight.
Brilliant stuff there. You can see Golden Guardians trying to look in the back lines. Not going so hot for them, but again, I think this is where at least a good start for them. It's just unfortunate now you got 4 kills onto the Jinx. A Cole completed as well, Kraken Slayer with the Zeal. She is huge, and we're back towards the Dragon with Golden Guardians somewhere in the vicinity.
I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? Yeah. It's if you continue to fall behind, if the gold keeps going the other way, trying to take more of those Drakes could result in some big problems. Golden Guardians stepping up into the enemy jungle, recognizing that their opponents were down in the Drake. It means they can have man advantage on the other side of the map. Yes, it's not as good of an objective to take as a Drake, but at least you get the blue.
Well, the funny thing is, the gold leads that they're showing there look massive, but that's about their average in the LPL. They're nearly 2,000 gold ahead at 15 on average in their games. So, they are very difficult to deal with, but that is a tower taken on that top side by Licorice, who is really strong. he's going to be a big source of power here for the Golden Guardians. He is actually significantly ahead of 369 now with the tower going down. It's an 800 gold advantage there for FLICKR, so we'll have to see what can he get done in the side lanes, and if he's going to join these fights, can he make some magic happen?
It's a bit tough for him at the moment, though. As you can see, JDG shoving mid immediately move across into Rift Herald, so not quite able to use the vision that they had established in that top side as part of the cross map. And now JDG probably going to just try and plonk this in the mid lane. They should be able to push Stixxay back here.
Yeah, and I always find it's very difficult for Jax to team fight against champions like the Braum, like the Maokai. It's so much feeling. If you jump in, you're going to get locked down, and there's more than enough damage on the other side to burst you out. So this tower likely to fall here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, JDG is so good at ballooning those early leads into huge mid-game leads. River's coming in to try to at least stop him, make something happen here, missing with an easy dash, getting himself away from the follow-up of the Guardians, and JDG just casually brushes it off.
It was a nice attempt from Golden Guardians. You can see the idea. You know that the Rift Herald's going to be coming down mid. We have pushed in side lane, see if we can collapse quickly onto the mid lane, but just not quite able to get into position in time to do so. But I like the idea, and Golden Guardians aren't shying away from fighting JDG whenever they can.
Yeah, not at all, and you can't be afraid of this team, because if you back off against JDG, if you seed every time they push forward and look for an objective, they're going to take the whole map. And this is a team that snowballs games incredibly effectively. Yeah. You have to be willing to kind of make that mark in the sand where you're going to look for these fights. And we see Huhi up on this top side. Are they going to look for some sort of a sneaky play? Have someone TP in on that ward, potentially look for a wraparound. We can see multiple members from Golden Guardians are wrapping up here, and they're not going to expect Huhi, who is behind Knight, so I think they are going to look for this.
All right, can Knight get away from it? Huhi goes in, drops the depth charge. Now can they get the follow-up? Missing is already there. Licorice coming around, trying to see if there's an angle, but it ain't gonna happen. 369 has cut off the escape. He's buying a little bit more time as the damage continues pouring in, and JDG grabbed the first kill. It'll be traded back 1-for-1 with both top laners dropping as Huhi's barely hanging on to life. The turret goes down even because Ruler's back in the mid lane. It's an even fight in a 4v5, and JDG are the ones still pushing forward.
And JDG don't look like they're done. The knock-up from Gory.
And Navi getting caught here a little bit. Got to be careful about it, but Stixxay's already down instead. Kanavi gets away, and Knight is showing the Golden Guardians how the LPL gets it done.
Knight is just going crazy there. Yes, JDG are down members, but it's only Stixxay who can do deal damage. So as soon as Knight gets in, it actually takes him out. The rest of the members have nothing left in the tank. Licorice went down early, and then it's really only Stixxay who can threaten. So JDG now out of almost nowhere, open up a 5K gold lead as Ruler knocked down multiple turrets in mid lane. They win the fight on the top side. It's a valiant effort here from Golden Guardians, but the damage dealers were just not really in position. You look at the map, look how far away Stixxay is. He's over here. The TP is just now coming in from Licorice on that top side. Everyone's actually going to come back and try to really collapse onto 369. But utilizing that Shroud, you can look at Licorice, he's pretty much already out of the fight immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they do such a good job of spreading out the fight here for 369, and as well, the fact you got Kanavi missing. Look, constantly positioned in front of Knight. They're never letting Golden Guardians. And even if we start to move forward here as well, keep your eyes on missing. As JDG start to go low here, with Gory getting a really smart knock-up here, missing again, hopping in front of Kanavi to make sure that he was able, or sorry, in front of Knight to tank the hook there to make sure that Knight was able to escape and keep that damage hook.
Yeah, I mean, Knight was just never really threatened. You know, he's on that left side, he flashes in after that, you know, it was missing in Kanavi in that brush, and Knight, he is the one that you have to deal with. And you can look at the damage tell, 4,300. Knight did about as much as the entire Golden Guardians, it feels like, on that team.
And the important thing here is Ruler's at 0 because he wasn't even there. That entire sequence was JDG making a 4v5 play overall while Ruler was collecting money back in the mid lane. Nearly a 6,000 gold lead now. Baron's going to spawn in 10 seconds. Next, Drake is spawning in 15. And the Golden Guardians are unfortunately at the point of the game where contesting anything in neutral territory is just a steep cliff.
Yeah, I mean, after the play goes bad on top side, now Licorice likely to die here on the bot side.
I don't think there's any way he goes home, man. Knight is just there and ready to pick up another kill.
You know, Golden Guardians were keeping it competitive, but after that failed play on the top side, that was really them kind of betting the game, it feels like, on that. They had to make that play work. If you're not going to respond to mid lane, you give up multiple towers there, you lose on the top side as well, you lose the tier 1 top, also to Knight, who stayed around after that. Now you lose the Dragon. It's like a 2,500 gold lead just between the ADs at this point. Monumental gold lead in the mid lane as well, and your top lane advantage is gone. So Golden Guardians have lost all edges in this game.
And it's only going to balloon further. Once you've lost 2 towers in the mid lane, it's so difficult to hold on to these tier 2s as well, because JDG can just take the quick route across these towers after they push in the mid waves. And we already talked about the range on them. The siege potential on JDG with the composition they have is so disgusting, let alone 369 having pressure on his side. It feels like at this stage, Golden Guardians, as you say, they kind of risked it all, but it just didn't come up for them.
And I'm glad that at least they tried something. I'm glad they took some sort of a risk, recognizing it was going south way too fast. Yeah, it didn't work out, but it's better to at least put up a fight than just hope that they mess up. Because a team like JDG is not going to casually throw the game against you for no reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the first 15 minutes of the game, Golden Guardians were staying very competitive, but JDG really showing their class. They're just outplaying in these team fights, and it's a trend we've seen, you know, for 4 days in a row now, where these LPL and LCK teams, you know, in the key moments are just outplaying their LCS and LEC counterparts in these fights. They're finding better coordination, they're finding better map movements, and if you go for these fights, and if you're trying to force, you know, team fights over and over and over, these teams will kill you through side lanes.
And I think, Navi actually gonna go?
Navi leading the charge there, but can't lock anybody down in any sort of meaningful way. He was pretty far ahead of the rest of his team. Yeah, exactly. Just letting them know, if anybody was behind me, you guys were dead.
Well, and it looks like they just want to set up here potentially around the Baron. It is going to be that Ocean Rift, which is so nice for Maokai, especially when you're playing AP Maokai. All the additional brushes that do spawn makes it a nightmare to actually walk through here in clear vision, unless you have someone like Gory actually doing that first. So it's going to be very difficult for them to control that area. And we know that JDG has a tremendous amount of damage. So if Golden Guardians lose control on that top side, there's always the threat that they're just rushing down Baron.
And when you look at JDG, they're #1 or #2 in a lot of stats in LPL, and their objective control is no different. These guys are absolutely adept at controlling all neutral objectives: Drakes, Heralds, Barons, and for Golden Guardians, that's why I had to bring it up earlier. These neutral objectives are so hard to fight for in this game state, but Golden Guardians are getting into it now a little bit. Missing here on the front line, picked up by Stixay. Golden Guardians get one, but JDG doesn't want to just let him get away with it. Stixay's got 200 HP. He tries to disengage, and 369 forces the flash.
And no one's blocking those shot blasts for Stixay. You know, you have all these meatballs on the team here. You talked about the juxtaposition on the other side, where everyone is just stepping forward and blocking things for Knight. No one was doing that for Stixay. He shouldn't have had to use either summoner. The only reason he does is because no one blocked the shot blast coming through from Knight. And now they're just going to go straight back to that Baron. Sure, you got the kill, but you lost out on the trade. Golden Guardians should be aware of this, so they're going to have to try to get out here as fast as possible. We'll see if River can make some magic happen.
River hoping to maybe find a miracle steal, but no, sir. Kanavi's got the smite, he's got the confidence, and they pick up the kill on River for the cherry on top.
It was a nice attempt, but there's not really much you can do now. Gory might be in trouble.
Gory trying to get away from the collapse of JDG, but it's the Golden Guardians who are falling to pieces. 369 picks up his 3rd kill of the game, and a Baron-empowered JDG can push down mid. Knight recalls, but he has his teleport to join back up, drops it on the minion as soon as it gets to the turret, just guaranteeing they can push into the base now. River's back in 5 seconds, but Gory's still dead for 25 more, and JDG is already 10,000 gold up. They're pushing straight into the Nexus turrets. The Maokai ulti goes down. They find plenty of damage onto Hui, onto River. Hui barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down, and Knight is unstoppable. JDG take game 1 and smash the Golden Guardians.
An incredible performance from JDG. A lot of people waiting to see exactly how they would look showing up at the international stage, and they are looking absolutely spectacular. The golden left hand walking off stage there with a big smile on his face.
I mean, they just crushed them. The way that they snowballed that game, once they got that big advantage on the top side, it's really, you know, incredible to see how fast they're able to push the pace of the game, how quickly they're able to snowball these advantages, and take what looked for, 15 minutes to be a fairly competitive back and forth game to a Nexus explosion within 10 more. It's just insane.
There's a reason they are the fastest team in the LPL. I want to give credit to Golden Guardians for trying to box with them a little bit in the early game. JDG is a team that's frightening throughout the entirety of a match of League of Legends, but particularly early, and Golden Guardians didn't back down from it. But it's JDG's coordination combined with the individual skill levels, Dag, that you were pointing out missing, and the fact that everybody was blocking for each other. Isaac, you looked at missing in particular, and his movements in that river fight, and how those were able to turn things around and get those carries going. And when these guys work together, it's like one person controlling 5 champions, because everybody's doing exactly what they need to do for the team.
I mean, it's so unfortunate for Golden Guardians, because I actually think they did put up a really good fight in the early stages. Just the fact that, you know, they fell behind early in that bot lane with initially losing that big wave, then Stixxay giving over that kill. If they had actually held that together for just a little bit longer, I really think this could have been like a really good showing for Golden Guardians.
It's just so hard though, man. Ruler and MSI are so damn good in the 2v2. They do this to everyone. This is a team that on average was up 15 CSD, at 15 in the LPL against some of the very best duo lanes in the world. These guys just make it look easy. So every tiny little mistake that you make is going to be punished to the maximum here against JDG.
Well, JDG are playing fast and they're playing scary, exactly like we thought. And to break it all down, let's toss it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. It's also awesome to hear your voice here at the Copper Box Arena. By the way, you didn't have to use it that much. The game was not that long, and unfortunately for Golden Guardians, it was very convincing out of JDG, actually what we've come to expect. And I feel like the consensus here on the desk was, you know, don't try to play standard because it's not going to net you a lot of advantages. So we did see a different draft. Golden Guardians, sometimes they do this, right? But where did you land on the ideas that they brought to the table?
So I actually like the Cy and Flex. I think it worked out relatively well. And Gory, even though his laning wasn't great, did find a couple of decent flanks, even if they were a bit disjointed. But after the Braum was locked in, I think that the Jax specifically didn't really hit the mark for me. Playing Jax into Gwen might sound good, but playing it into Braum and Maokai does not sound good at all. And with that, they really kind of pigeonholed themselves into a really short-range composition. So if you start falling behind, you're trying to like hard force fights, as the cast pointed out, with missing on Braum, good luck.
Yeah, Braum is the most valuable pick here, I think, in the draft. With the flex in mind, I think another thing that we have to call out is Kanavi, right? Because even though I thought River's attention to his lanes and where he needed to be was good, he did look for stuff topside to try to snowball that. Kanavi covered him so well and was tracking him the entire time, so he was not really able to kind of hard snowball the matchup. If you're doing that kind of flex in draft, the whole idea is that you're going to try to get that person significantly ahead, right? And that wasn't really able to happen. Even though, obviously, he did get ahead, it was not enough.
No, and then, of course, it doesn't help if in lane there's an oopsie. So let's take a look at the first blood, Emily.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to talk about this is typically when Huhi leaves lane, the setup is going to have to be better than this, right? Because the big thing here is that Huhi leaves on this roam timer, but the wave is not in a good spot. It's so easy for them to immediately turn on to Stixxay. As soon as Huhi clears out that wave in the brush heading into mid, they spot him out there, and then you notice the bot lane can immediately engage onto Stixxay. So this is something that we saw in the LCS. Huhi was the support that roamed the most in the LCS. But if you're going to do it, you need to, GG need to find a better timer to make sure they're not putting Stixxay in that position again.
We've seen that also in some of the other best of fives, right? Where that's a mismatch and you can't just copy and paste that play style because you're up versus a completely different level of competition.
Yeah, it really comes down to fundamentals for me, where even if the individual plays, I really like that you highlighted River, because I think his early proactive play was really good, right? And we see again, he's able to get some of his laners ahead, he's able to get a couple of fights started off well, but against these teams, you can make one mistake and it's all over.
And we'll take a look at that mistake. It was at the Drake fight, which was absolutely huge. And it's a wipe, and we all looked at each other and said, this is it, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is kind of where we'd seen some fights earlier prior to this one. The one around Rift Herald specifically, where even though GG kind of came out ahead, they didn't really have a good setup afterwards. This looks like, okay, maybe we can bring it back. The big thing coming out of a lot of these fights, though, is like, even when GG are able to get some positive plays, a little bit of something out of it, either this happens where, you know, JDG just comes back, and Ruler was already ahead, by the way, prior to this. But you see it in the gold graph, too, I think, is, right, we saw, like, some positive plays for GG, but the gold just steadily kept rising for JDG because of their map play and because of their superior teamfighting and skirmishing.
Another example was when they got the Herald, even though the Herald fight went well, Hui with a great engage gets Ruler, Stixay gets zoned out of, or rather isn't in his bot lane, and they are kind of wasting time. They're just kind of, okay, so we're going to get Herald, okay, sure. No one is catching bot wave, no one is making sure that they pick up all that gold, and Ruler ends up getting a plate. So even though he died first in that fight and the Herald goes over, they still come out ahead on gold.
That's also a trend I feel like we've seen for a couple of days, Marit, specifically, especially if you contrast it to the exact same objective that the other team gets, but just doesn't get anything done.
Yeah, it really is about the way that even if you are losing an individual play, which has happened to a lot of Western teams, right? Like T1 the most notably, but even here, Ruler getting caught out a couple of times. But if you still get the plates, have a better wave state, are earlier at the lane where you need to be, you deny your opponent so much gold, and even if you get kills, you're falling behind on the rest of the map.
What does that come down to? Maybe it's an amalgamation of everything together, but is that confidence? Is that macro vision? Is that, what is it? It seems to me that it's a little bit of everything, unfortunately, but you see those snap decisions and those snowballs being pushed forward so heavily, specifically by the LPL and the LCK teams.
Well, I mean, I think just in terms of like LCS teams, they just leave a lot more opportunities. So like, how are you going to know, unless you're going up against better competition, where you are leaving yourself open? So that's why we see a lot of these things, again, come down to like wave state and roam timers. And I know everyone finds this stuff kind of boring, but it's like really, really important. Reset timers.
I'm listening, Emily. I love
it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Emily.
So yeah, so like that is a lot of it, right? Like that's how you see teams mitigate pressure. So even when we see, again, these small little positive things, oh, the reset is then off, so they don't get as much out of the Herald as they could. Or, you know, we roamed on a bad timer, so now we left our bot lane exposed, and now their bot lane is significantly ahead. Like, these are small things that, you know, going up against teams that don't punish you is hard for it. You are not going to notice as much.
No, and it's JDG that run forward, and the LPL champion don't drop a beat in their first game at MSI 2023. Let's see how the Golden Guardians bounce back in game 2 right after this.
Let's go have fun, okay, guys? Don't play scared.
Yeah.
Play aggressive. Go.
Okay. Jinx. Jinx is dead. Ready, take? Nice.
No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and Licorice gets the kill. But they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but Hui goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. They find plenty of damage onto Hui, onto River. Hui barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down, and Knight is unstoppable. JDG take game 1 and smash the Golden Guardians. Get it.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023 and our best of 5 between JDG and the Golden Guardians. Game number 1, the Guardians tried to fight back as well as they could in the early game. They got a couple of good hits in on them, but once JDG gets ahead, they turn the thrusters full throttle, and Golden Guardians weren't able to hold on.
Yeah, they got a couple of small punches in there, but it felt very much like JDG decided to hit hard when we got to the mid-game and just like, all right, this is over now.
Kind of like when you're a little kid, you're fighting with your dad, you know, and you're like,
oh man.
You're like, and then he just like shoves you over, you know?
Holds your head as like, stay over there. Yeah, it kind of felt like that when we got to that top lane fight where it just all went disastrously.
And I think one of the biggest things that I would want to see different this game for the Golden Guardians, the composition in that first game. Dagda, you likened it to the style that Korean teams were playing, where you draft a bunch of meatballs, you get Aphelios, you trust in Aphelios to deal the damage. Unfortunately, in this previous game, Ruler and Missing just getting so far ahead early, Stixay being set behind, the rest of the team, like you talked about, Isaac, not blocking for the Aphelios properly.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like Golden Guardians was prepared to play that comp the way it needed to be played. So I'd like to see more threats. Less meatballs, more threats.
Yeah, I think it's tough, right? Because I did actually like how clever they were with the draft, right?
I agree.
And Licorice did actually get advantages up on that top side. Yes, he worked well with River to do that. It wasn't just like a solo advantage that he was able to gain, but he took first tower up on top side. You know, they were able to get that kill onto 369. So, you know, that wouldn't have come without the kind of clever flex picks, without threatening, oh, okay, this Nautilus is actually going to go mid. Wait, no, it's going to be a Psy on top. Okay, JK, and they swap everything around. So they do need to be somewhat tricky, but it is difficult.
All right, well, into draft number 2 of this series. The sides are swapped. Golden Guardians on the blue side going to ban Nidalee, Annie, and Aphelios as JDG bans out Maokai, Ari, and Kennen. K'Sante locked in first for Licorice and the Golden Guardians.
And I would say that Gory is actually the best K'Sante in the LCS. This is something that they use really, really effectively, so this is a big flex pick for them. But I am expecting it's more likely to go to Gory.
Also the fact just that Licorice popped off and against Bin could also go there, because Bin, best laning top laner in the LPL. The fact that Licorice was doing so good is a big shout out to him.
And yeah, the specific K'Sante numbers between the two solo laners on Golden Guardians: 4 plays in spring from Licorice, 6 plays for Gory. So relatively even, but definitely edge there for Gory. We'll see how they want to use it. The flex power itself, of course, very valuable in the draft, as Lulu is locked in first for JDG. Remember, this champion was banned out in the previous draft. And are they just going to lock this in, go for the classic combo? They will. It's Lulu Zeri for Missing and Ruler.
I was kind of surprised. I thought they would just go for the Jinx here, but that's why I was kind of curious to see the Lulu locked in immediately, because oftentimes you'll see it when Blitzcrank is banned away or an Nautilus is banned away, just to make sure the Lulu has the easier time. So, I mean, when Huhi literally plays every champion in this bloody game, he's probably going to have some sort of answer to it.
Vi is also up and available as well. And at least in the LCS, that's pretty much always what people would go to if Zeri's locked in early like this. So this Tristana, you know, you may think, okay, it's Tristana mid. Stixay actually plays at bot as well. So this is one of the things that Golden Guardians did really make use of in the LCS, is that they're so willing to flex in a lot of different ways. They're a really adaptable team. This can go mid, this can go bot. Stixay actually played it 3 times in the LCS. I wouldn't be shocked to see Vi. That's what I'm still kind of expecting to get locked in here. I do think it's a really good answer. Instead, it is going to be the Rel, so very interesting. So if we're going your jungle pick here, and we don't know, you know, this could be mid-top, this could be top bot, this could be mid-bot as far as the carries. You know, there's a lot of opportunities to flex here, and I think that seems to be the trend through these first 2 drafts, is that Golden Guardians are really trying to make sure that JDG are unsure where things are going, so that they can have more preferential matchups, that they can kind of pick and choose where they want to go.
And there it is, Wukong locked in for JDG. This champion is the most played jungler for both Kanavi and River throughout the spring split. They both have an affinity for this guy, and I was wondering how many games it would take for us to see one or the other picking him. And here we go in game number 2. It's going to be Kanavi piloting that.
Yeah, we did see him get some nerfs coming into this patch, which is why we've seen some teams, like I think PSG Talon, were still very favorable towards it, but we have seen other teams just forego it completely. So interested to see now if they do ban that Vi that you were talking about, Azale, because I mean, get rid of the Gragas, get rid of the Vi, and then you kind of go back towards the Sejuani duty. But honestly, it's not a terrible matchup there, so you should be all right.
No, it's completely fine. It'd just be interesting because Vi, you know, by a lot of teams, teams is so highly prized, right? And you'll see in some of these matchups we'll have, Vi is either banned or first picked in pretty much every game. A lot of teams really do highly prize that Vi pick, but instead it's going to be Elise banned out. Very interesting. So really trying to target some of the early game stuff. You know, when I think of River, he in LCS has had his best games on some of these early game champions. You know, Jarvan, he's very famous for if he really wants to kind of throw a spanner in the works and beat something surprising, he could look towards that. That's how he really first made his name in the LCS when he came in on Dignitas, was just 1v9ing games on these early game champions through really creative pathing.
All right, well, with Elise, Gragas, Sion, and Syndra all banned away, JDG have to lock in one of these solo laners next.
This has been one of the other big picks for Knight, especially with the Ahri, the Syndra gone. It is going to be the LeBlanc. He started to make a name for himself back in the mid-season cup in 2020 when it was the LPL versus LCK, styling on some of the LCK teams on this pick, and now there's going to be the response, and Lissandra immediately take it.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Gory, you know, traditionally in LCS, you know, he's going to go to Lissandra as the answer. The Vi's still unbanned. I do really like it, both against the LeBlanc and against the Zeri, these highly mobile champions that you are going to be able to have that point and click. So this does mean Cassante is going to go up towards that top lane, and it is going to be the Tristana bot, kind of as I expected. This is a very go-forward, one-dimensional style of composition here for Golden Guardians. They are looking all in all the time. You see someone, you press those go buttons, and you look for the kills.
Very reliant on Stixxay once more, though, so I need to see a little bit more focus down towards this bot lane, making sure the Stixxay is in a good position, and you are shutting down this area so she's not taking over later.
And I think that they can do that because there's not that demand of attention up towards something like a Jax that we had in that first game. It's Lissandra, it's Cassante. These are going to be champions that are going to be used to enable the Tristana, but I agree, you have to hold up in that 2v2. You can't just depend on the jungle to come down and save you, because Ruler and Missing are going to be pressuring from level 1.
And with the Tristana compared to something that is more easily caught out, like what we were seeing in the previous game. Lissandra, or not Lissandra, excuse me, Tristana has so many more ways to escape, right? The amount of peel that Tristana has for herself, I expect Stixxay to be able to get himself out of dangerous situations more easily.
Absolutely, but my concern is just how will you hold up in the 2v2? Are you going to be able to stay even or relatively even in farm? Because Rella and Tristana are both not the strongest laners, you know, especially early on. It's not like he's going for Hail of Blades. It's not like he's looking for any sort of really kind of early game cheesy style. And I do think it can be a lot of difficulty because this Rel is not going to provide a lot of presence. If you don't think you can actually go for a 100-0 type play, which I don't really think you can against the cleansed Zeri, then that means that Lulu's going to be stepping forward with the Zeri. They're going to have full lane control. They're going to be poking away at you, and that can make it really difficult for Tristana, who notoriously can kind of have difficulty farming under turret because the explosive shot can make that really a little bit tricky.
Alrighty, everybody, it's game number 2. Golden Guardians looking to strike back. JDG looking to move to match point. The LPL's #1 seed, the super team, 13-3 in the regular split. Absolutely terrifying for everybody they go up against. And they are once again looking fierce in this one.
It's a case, though, for JDG of trying to see if they can continue showing up on the international stage, because it seems like every time we've gotten them to Worlds, it's been a little bit of a disappointment, right? They got to quarterfinals in 2020, were supposed to beat Suning, and end up losing to Suning, who then go on to go right the way to the finals, who end up dropping out. Then last year at Worlds as well, oh, this was supposed to be the team that were supposed to go to the finals, we're supposed to see them there, and then they end up dropping out to T1 in the semis as well. This is a team that has performed relatively well when it comes to the international stage, but never up to expectations. And again, it feels like there's such high expectations on JDG to be that team that goes the distance, threatens to win the entire tournament, and at least game 1 was a decent look for them.
And immediately with these trades in mid lane, we talk about Gory playing things like Lissandra, about how you like having that point-and-click lockdown of something like that against these targets like the LeBlanc, like the Zeri. For Golden Guardians, having those sort of guaranteed tools eliminates some of that need to, you know, step up, hit the skill. You can't really miss the skill if it's Lissandra R, so it lowers that burden of execution against these guys who are so individually talented on JDG.
Yeah, absolutely, and Gory already, you know, having some good early trades here. Procs the passive there already for Knight, who has been trying to just constantly proc that electric Q, but Ari obviously very strong laning rune, connects another Q there, and I just got to be careful about that. You know, you generally want to play more to the side of the wave in these kind of matchups against Lissandra. You know, generally people do sit to the side so Lissandra can't Q both the minions and you ever.
Right.
But Knight so far is happy to just kind of try to backstep them. Just hasn't been able to execute on it every time.
goes amount of control here for Gory. I thought he'd actually try and go for the deeper ward placement there, but just trying to make sure that he'll keep himself safe so he can keep pushing forward. Good trade there from Knight, though, to get back a lot of that damage that was lost in Legion.
And this is what I kind of expect to see here with these two, just trading back and forth, seeing what they might be able to find. Of course, both champions also having the tools necessary to disengage if they get ganked. River is hanging around here a little bit, seeing if maybe they could find some opportunity on Knight, but Knight is not just going to jump right back in already. River walks behind Gory to get towards his top side of the jungle. As you can see, FLICKR pushing forward versus 369's Gnar here in the top lane. Only one play on that Gnar during Spring from 369. So not one of the go-to champions, at least here in this split. FLICKR on that Cassante, like we already touched on a little bit, handful of those games, but again, not even as many as his own mid laner.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what 369 can do as this game goes on, though, because it feels like you have so many tools to try and stop him from getting onto the backline and onto Stixxay. Might do better lane with Gory, though.
Snap away from the chains.
But yeah, as he starts to get into the later portion of the game, I just feel like this Gnar isn't going to have too much success in these team fights. So I think it'll again be a case of, can JDG get this lead that they can start to snowball and then try and catch out Golden Guardians? Because the go buttons on Golden Guardians are insane.
Trade of flashes there in the mid lane as Knight looks for that E flash, trying to connect that chain. If he was able to, likely could have been a solo kill there, as I think his electrocute was up and ready once again. But Gory now just going to have to try to clear out this wave, look for a quick reset. Is very low and out of mana.
Yeah, they just had Kanavi walk through, help get that last couple of minions shoved up, make sure they could push Gory in under the turret, allowed Kanavi to go into the bot side River and just continue looking around for any sort of opportunities he might find as 369 hits Mega Gnar and then backs up away from FLICKR. River's not going to find a gank here, just resets instead.
You can see on that bottom side, farm somewhat even, but there is going to be that full wave pretty much that is going to be caught here by missing. And now things get really awkward because Ruler, if you stay around to actually push this in, Ruler has already got his buy. So they need to get back to base ASAP because that is their window, was right now to actually be resetting. The cannons is already gone. So now if you reset, it's going to be, again, the same situation as last game where they're going to lose a full wave to the tower because of that disruption, because missing actually staying around and holding the wave. Meant that they were just not really able to do it. And Huhi now just going to try to do the same himself. We'll see if Ruler missing leave from lane, because then Huhi can try to pull the wave, but I don't think it's going to happen.
And plays like this, optimizations like this, are why Ruler is first in gold difference, CS difference at 15 in his role. This guy has such incredible stats in laning. First in everything at 15. Second place in CSD and gold difference, by the way, is Gala, and he's got half as much as Ruler does in the LPL.
And it's so funny to see that this is kind of the evolution that we see from Ruler and Missing, because Missing, back when he used to play on WE, separated from Elk, because Elk was like, I want to play for lane. I want to do just like bash everyone I go up against. And Missing was like, no, I want to roam. I want to be like more supportive of the rest of the team. And now he's with Ruler. He's like, no, I'm going to bash you in lane. I'm going to mess up everyone I go up against.
Well, so when you get Ruler on your team, you do what Ruler wants.
Yeah, a world champ gets what he wants, you know?
Just the Ruler effect, man. And already they've opened up a massive lead. And this was really my concern is, clearly Huhi wants to go for more of these picks that are more about engage, more about roaming, not necessarily for lane. But when you're drafting a losing lane against Ruler and Missing, you're going to get pounded. And that is what has happened in back-to-back games here already. Ruler again, taking the tempo, getting a quick reset, but he does it as that cannon comes in crashing, so he doesn't even lose the cannon. He's already back here, with that Noon Quiver purchased up, so has a significantly better buy than what we see over on the Golden Guardian side, which means there's no threat of that all-in. And again, anytime there's no threat of the all-in here, the Rel has no presence in lane whatsoever. The Rel is not going to add anything close to what the Lulu does, and that's what really can make these 2v2s very, very difficult.
And you mentioned back during the draft, Golden Guardians team comp is pretty one-dimensional. So it could be very problematic if they fall behind here and can't just press those go buttons and go in. Kanavi gets chunked a little bit, but they aren't able to follow it up with anything else. So now JDG with a three-man squad just going to rotate those three players down into the jungle of the Golden Guardians. The mid lane wave is already crashing. They know Gory has to answer that. So it gives Knight, Kanavi, and Missing a chance to try to steal more resources away. The red buff has respawned here for that second spawn. And yes, Huhi, Gory, and River are making their way over now. But Kanavi and Missing already have it most of the way done. Kanavi secures it, and he got the level 6 off of that. Could make a huge difference if a fight breaks out here, but JDG are just wanting to walk away from this one. Stixxay jumps in, goes after Missing, and now you'll see the Golden Guardians continue trying to follow this up. Huhi's taking so much damage there from Ruler, and Golden Guardians don't get a thing. Oh, all out. Licorice flashing in! Licorice just solo killed 369!
Licorice with the solo kill on 369. The dive in the bot side though!
Ruler goes in. Who he's looking for the stunner. They're gonna blow Ruler up! Stixay jumps forward, but Missing jumps away. River's gonna keep the chase alive as Kanavi and Missing both try to walk it off. Kanavi goes back in, attract and repel, and Wukong's going to hell! Golden Guardians 3-0!
Let's go! Golden Guardians winning on both sides of the map, and Licorice continues his amazing MSI run. He solo killed Bin. He has now solo killed 369. Who is this guy?
I mean, the last time this happened, he went 7-0 on Cassante. So Licorice putting the hurt down into 369. And great play there. The ultimate to follow up the hop there as well. Immediately flashing forward to get the kill. And then this just goes absolutely disastrously for JDG in the bot lane. River here to cover the dive. Ruler ends up tanking as soon as Missing drops aggro. And Golden Guardians are able to immediately get Stixay with the hop out thanks to the reset.
Yeah, and just great play there from Stixay. Flashes to the side away from Kanavi there, then has the hop in onto Missing, which forces him back. Kanavi tries to look for the re-engage, but he answers it perfectly, immediately locking him up, getting that kill onto Stixay. And Golden Guardians in with another strong early game here. We'll see if they can actually manage to hold on to this advantage, if they can transition this better than they did last time. Because here goes Licorice again. He's trying to keep him away from the wall.
Licorice.
Ruler doesn't have his E. I guess he must have interrupted the E with a Q. We didn't see that.
Ruler walks away, he survives, but he's under half HP, just gonna channel a recall now. Licorice on this Cassante is so scary, man.
I'm scared for this Rift Guard on the top side as well. River managed to pick that up. You already have Stixay there, so we're just saying, hey, look, you know, bot lane going in favor of Ruler. Well, Stixay just got the kill and the assist. You can now immediately move top side with this Herald as well and start to create pressure, but looks like JDG, having read it a little bit with Kanavi and Missing, now also Knight starting to roam, but Gory?
Gory and Knight trading a couple skills back and forth. Yeah, Gory stepping away from that chain there, making sure he doesn't get stuck in this fight any longer than he wants to be. Now just gonna have to fall back a little bit as Missing shows up. He's gonna help Knight try to shove this forward. But Gory on the Lissandra, the wave clear is so easy on this champion. You can just spam the wave down with the Qs and everything's taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the mana problems can be there sometimes for the Lissandra, but you know, just constantly pushing out, using that mana bar to get the shove, then going back to base, looking for those quick and constant resets here. And we'll see what presence he can have throughout these next couple minutes. Neither team has gone towards these early dragons in this one. Is that mountain dragon still sitting there? Huhi laying in wait, but Ruler is aware of where he could be. And Stixay just going to try to push in this wave as River starts up the dragon. So Golden Guardians looking for this first dragon here.
Pretty late first Drake, 10.5 minutes into the game. Remember, they got the first Drake in game number 1 around the 8-minute mark instead, so slightly faster. But look, JDG does not seem interested in contesting it, so the Golden Guardians can pick this one up for free, get a little bit of a buffer to those defensive stats, make themselves a little bit harder to kill here against the burst power on JDG's comp.
And it's really good timing here as well from Golden Guardians. Like, there's no top side that Kanavi can try and answer with. Like, that's already been taken. There's no pressure on the top side because Licorice has already gotten the solo kill and there's an Iceborne Gauntlet already. So Golden Guardians doing a really good job of controlling the map state right now.
Absolutely, and I mean, Licorice, you know, had that amazing play on top side. He has an advantage, but importantly, Stixay has been able to kind of even out this gold deficit on the bot side completely. He's actually up very slightly in gold now, and we look back to even like 5 minutes ago, he was down 15 CS, but the fact that they actually were able to get that kill on Ruler, he picks up the farm, Stixay gets a kill, things have evened out now, and Golden Guardians are in with a shot in this one.
So let's talk a little bit about that, because Golden Guardians in the LCS, they're a team that does good at very early leads. I'm talking gold difference at 8 minutes. But once we get to the point where turret plates fall, 2.5 minutes from now here in this game, that's when the Golden Guardians will start having trouble converting the early leads further into something they can build on in mid-game. So if they want to have a chance against JDG, that momentum has got to keep going. I got to see gas in the tank and see these guys continue moving this ball forward.
Well, I think that's why they drafted the composition that they have, right? Because it has so many clear go buttons, it has such clear win conditions. You have Vi ulti, you have Lissandra engage, you have Rel engage, you have Cassante follow up. There's so many ways for them to go in, and that is what they're going to try to use to slingshot into a bigger advantage in the mid game.
And they're going to try and use it in this mid lane at the moment. River hovering here, hasn't been spotted. Can Gory get the lock up?
Goes forward with the claw, locks him down, River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be They drowned as they try to make the play. Gory goes down second, and JDG, you give them an inch, they take a mile. 2 kills for nothing.
Golden Guardians have great go buttons, but there's no stop button. The second they go underneath the tower, River is completely lost. And great run from Missing there to cover Knight on that. And now this is where JDG find their comfort, get the invade, steal away some of the buffs, and get the vision down that lets them play aggressive.
Oh, Stixxay. Stixxay wants Ruler here. He engages with the rocket jump. Ruler running away back to Missing. Stixxay did not want to go over there knowing that the Lulu was going to be nearby. Golden Guardians won't manage to get themselves any sort of a comeback kill. But man, that mid lane play was so rough. It's the problem with Vi. When you're going to ult a target, if they flash away, if they dash away, whatever, you have to go with them. And if everything's not lined up perfectly with that CC chain, you could tell what they wanted to do, and that's why you could see exactly why it didn't work.
I mean, it just felt like an overforce to me. You know, it's one of those situations where they really wanted to make a play happen around mid lane. They had their ultis available. But when you're having to flash in to even get the max range ult there from Gory, you're never going to be able to follow up quickly enough, you know, with your W. He's already back by that tower. So as soon as there's any coverage from JDG, the play just isn't going to work, and that's not the one you really want to be looking for.
And I like this idea, if you push Knight back, crash the wave, and then you unlock Gory to, say, roam to the bot side, maybe look for the play. But as you say, like, there's no follow-up lockdown, so Knight doesn't even have to burn the flash in this, just W underneath the tower and is easily able to get away. And then there's the follow-up there, as you said, with Missing and Kanavi, just being in the right place at the right time.
And I mean, he's already on Merc Treads, and he also has unflinching as well. So he has a lot of tenacity here. You have to be perfect on those CC chains. You know he's going to have double distort. You know he has flash available. So it's really a risky play to go for. Not the target I would have liked to see them, you know, look at.
Right.
But it is the one that they went for. It is what they're going to have to pay the price for. The gold, though, still even. FLICKR's pushing on this top side as 369 is just going to use the ult for a trade.
And that's the thing, though. It is a bit of a fumble, but I still feel like Golden Guardians have options here. It does suck that Gory's flash is down, but you still got decent engage, and with Rift Herald up in 30 seconds, they can look to play towards that advantage at the top side, try and take that. I think you're probably willing to give one Dragon here, just on the bot side for against JDG, because I think opening up the map and controlling vision is so much more important for Golden Guardians here, and that's why I think the Rift Herald should be the priority here.
And it's one of those things that I touched on very lightly in game number 1. Golden Guardians is not a super Drake-focused team. They're not known for just constantly running over the game with their incredible Drake tempo or anything like that. So it's not like they're altering a game plan that they would have otherwise had to not have a Drake stacking win condition. But one thing that we do have to watch, like you're saying, that Rift Herald. They cannot allow JDG to just start opening up this game now that we're into the point of the match where Golden Guardians typically tends to struggle to convert those leads.
And notice how they sent Licorice bot. He has TP, Knight does not. So this would be a 5v4 on top side, you know, if Licorice were to join. So this should be Golden Guardians Herald pretty cleanly. I think it's a nice setup. They're not even going to have to overcommit. They can just send their bot lane towards mid. Licorice goes bot to cover. You know, Knight is going to try to chunk him down to dissuade any potential TP, but there's not going to be any chance of a challenge here for JDG. And they may even be able to use this Herald for a little bit of tempo on top side and potentially still challenge.
I think that's your best bet, and looks like they agree, right? River immediately throws that down, try to create pressure in the top end. As you know, JDG are giving resources towards this Dragon on the bot side. So, I mean, there's not the cover up here. They could go for a second tower and make a huge trade here.
They'll at least get 2 charges for sure, because you know that they're going to try to go for the Dragon, as you say, for the counterplay. So this is going to charge in. River's fancying himself a dive potentially here. He has the ulti available. Do they go for a look? They are!
They're going in for it. They follow it up with the Lissandra ulti. They got Huhi right there as well. Magnet Storm pulls in Missing, and 369 gets a punch upside the jaw. Tier 2 turret falls, and the Golden Guardians are making plays. Bottom lane, Licorice is into a 1v1 with Knight, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Kanavi is disengaged by Stixxay, who rocket jumps back to safety. Huhi's ready to turn it around. He crashes down. Kanavi is down. They're gonna find more. Stixxay gets Ruler, and Missing has to run. The Golden Guardians answer the challenge.
Golden Guardians are going off against JDG this game. 6-2 in kills, an over 2,000 gold lead here. Knight gonna try to get something back on the bottom side, but there's nothing here to take, as Licorice is just a brick wall. Golden Guardians are fighting incredibly well.
And it's the fact that JDG just completely disrespect the fact Golden Guardians have control of the top side. They get Rift Herald, immediately push it down, and don't look at the fact that they drop mid lane. So So Stixay immediately pushes that in, comes to join top, and the engages again from Hui and the rest of the team were on point.
Exactly, they had eyes on everyone except Missing, so they know only that support can come there. There's no Kanavi to actually bail him out, so they fully commit to it. Hui full sends it to get that kill, and in comes Kanavi, but the Buster Shot is there immediately for the disengage. Stixay pops the ghost, jumps back, and look at the turn from Hui, catching both Kanavi and Ruler. Stixay jumps forward, then kites back to not give any opportunity for Ruler to get a trade kill there. That was beautifully done, and Hui has been so on point.
Look at him, man!
Pumped, baby!
He's loving this! Rel is so slow when she crashes down, but he flashes back. He snaps the attract and repel, and then follows it up with his own CC beautifully. Rel is not a champion that you play against a lot in League of Legends, and you can be caught off guard because of that. Golden Guardians now, they have a 2,000 gold lead 18 minutes into the game. There are no dragons to currently fight for. Baron is not alive for another 2 minutes. What do we need to see from this team to continue going forward?
They need to keep playing for objectives, keep going for these setups. You know, they have great pick and turn, so set up around these objectives, control vision, and if someone from JDG is trying to clear that out, you can turn and engage.
And vision is going to be the big one for me, especially when you look towards, you know, Knight on LeBlanc. If he can actually get access onto Stixay and make these fights uncomfortable, it's not going to be a good time for Golden Guardians. So making sure you're controlling your flanks, getting the wards down, and not giving Knight these opportunities to find ways onto the backline is going to be so crucial.
And this is why I also think it's so important that FLICKR is actually winning the 1v1, because 369 is really one of the only kind of tanky members who could help to clear out vision, right? But if he's not able to be there with the squad, things get very difficult, as FLICKR is likely going to have to flash unless he wants to all out over the wall. Okay.
And it looks like that's what he's going to get. Kanavi not wanting anything to do with a isolated Cassante 1v1, so he'll just go right back over the wall there. Nice use of the ulti there from Licorice to make sure he didn't have to spend the summoner spell.
JDG commit a huge amount to the top side though, which just gives bot terror. You get a bit of control for Stixay in the mid lane as well, so JDG kind of scrambling here to see if they can find picks against Golden Guardians, but it's not happening.
It's kind of the inverse of last game, right?
Yeah.
Where it is JDG who are feeling the pressure, they're grouping up to look for these picks, which opens up opportunities to play sides, and that's where Golden Guardians are extending the gold advantage. Now the mid tier 1 is basically guaranteed theirs. Knight trying to get a bit of a poke and a prod here, but Tristana is going to crush through these towers. So Golden Guardians playing the map really well, extending the gold lead is nearly 4,000 at this point, and we'll see where they want to go next. Are they going to try to set up for this next dragon here, which would be a Cloud Soul they'd be working towards?
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, especially even just with timers, right? A minute now, you push outside lanes, immediately reset. You can continue to just overload this bot side with vision. You've already got decent foundation for that as well, as Corey would just take a little bit of poke from Knight, but this is really good stuff from Golden Guardians, and it is actually going to cause issues for JDG. We said already 369, 0-2, not in the best of spots, although as I say that.
Well, Licorice can get away from it. This Cassante has been scary. Yes, he got the one solo kill. He hasn't gotten any really more PvP action since then, but his threat in the side lanes, the fact that he's unafraid to go 1v1 against Knight and keep him occupied, the fact that he knows he can go in the enemy jungle and escape from a collapse like he did, he knows his limits, and now Missing's gonna get chased down by River. Beautiful buffering, but now the TP's coming in here for the follow-up. Missing gets away thanks to the wild growth, and the Golden Guardians may have gone too far. They're finding the damage, they're finding the jungler, and they found the first kill. Now they gotta be careful because Gory's already had to self-ult. The Golden Guardians need to get their mid laner out, but they won't be able to do it. Now they go all out, and they're looking for the kills now. They'll turn it around. They found Ruler. They're gonna go after more. They cannot survive for JDG, and Golden Guardians just killed everybody!
You beautiful bastards, you're doing it! Golden Guardians taking down JDG. Looking for the dragon here. Gonna be able to try to take that as well, and securing themselves a massive advantage as the team is of one mind. They're gonna go for the fight. River and Hui going for the early engage. The TP's coming in immediately, and Golden Guardians just full send it.
I got a little bit nervous towards the back of this because Ruder's free hitting, but Stixay in such a good position, hops over the wall. He's getting a ton of damage off, and Knight ends up trying to commit on towards Hui there. So Stixay still at half HP, happy to walk forward. Corey buys a ton of space from Ruder on the back line. And then again, these engages from Hui have been so spectacular. Watch it, the three-man crouch down, it forces the flash. Knight has to go back, and it's the clean-up crew from there.
Licorice as well, playing that so well. You know, Stixxay was already very low. Knight wanted to push forward for the kill, but Licorice interrupts him with the Q3, then all-outs, pulling him in over the wall. Stixxay's getting free hits on him, then he has to snap back into the Huhi engage, essentially. Just played beautifully by both of those members.
Huhi is the MVP of Golden Guardians here in this game too. His decision-making, his patience, his engages have defined these fights. These fights that when you look at them, you're scared thinking it's JDG team fighting.
Yeah.
They look like they are about to smash this, and then no, Huhi's ready, the Rel is ready, Golden Guardians now with a 4,000 gold lead.
And while Golden Guardians are playing a beautiful game here, there's still a lot of work to be done before you can close this one out. You know, JDG are those immaculate team fighters. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. If you mis-execute in one of these fights, they are going to blow you up. They are going to take down the Baron, and all of a sudden the shoe is going to be on the other foot. So Golden Guardians need to maintain this clean play, and they're going to start up this Baron here. Huhi dismounted, so he could potentially look for a W flash turn.
369 as well just went Mega Gnar, so even with the TP in, he'll be Mini Gnar for this. This is actually a great call from Golden Guardians at the timing.
Golden Guardians do not want to risk a 50-50. They don't want to take this any lower. They just wanted to get JDG's attention and see if they could force anything out.
Yeah, they watched the Mad series, they watched the C9 series. Flipping Barons has not gone well for the LCS or the LECs. They say, nope, don't do it.
The devil on the shoulder was shut up there for a second. But this is where I think, again, as you say, I think they did get a little bit unfortunate the fact that it's Cloud Dragons. Like, if you'd actually managed to get like even more Mountain Dragons or Infernal or something, yeah, it would have been fantastic. But now Golden Guardians, at least getting control over the side lanes, making sure that they're in a decent spot where, as long as you can keep pushing vision or keep pushing the waves in on top side, start to create vision on the jungle in the top lane, you can just hop back and forth between top and mid and create so many issues for JDG.
JDG bringing 3 players up into this top side here as Kanavi and Missing try to clear out some of the vision placed down by the Golden Guardians in this top side of the map around this Baron pit. They want to make sure that at least Golden Guardians have to clear out some JDG wards before they can start this up again. You can see that the 2 top laners are on the other side of the map right now. Missing has been found. Wild Growth to disengage. The engage there from Huhi. Golden Guardians pouring the damage into the JDG support, and Lulu is dead.
Oh,
Kanavi goes in. Stixxay's ready to follow him, but now he's killed. A beautiful crushing blow from Kanavi, and Golden Guardians have overplayed their hand. Ruler and Kanavi work together and shut down the Tristana.
Kanavi was so sneaky, waits and baits out. Missing says, look, you're going to die for a good cause, but they get the turnaround, the kill onto Stixxay, and JDG now can find some much needed gold back.
Yeah, and that's a massive shutdown there onto Stixxay, who was trying to go for a big play of his own. Looked like he wanted to buster shot Kanavi into the pit, then jump in and actually try to take him out. But extra damage came in over the wall as that empowered zap hit from Ruler. I don't know if Knight actually got involved in that as well at all. But there was just so much extra damage coming in on Stixxay that he was not really ready for. No one else from Golden Guardians was in the pit for him. They were looking for that big play, and you have to respect it, because if you get that kill on Kanavi there, all of a sudden the Baron is yours, and that could be the game-securing play. But at the end of the day, it is just this one kill. And we have to watch again. You know, Kanavi coming in here from the side. Stixxay's coming up. He's laying in wait, waiting for that AD. Jumps in right on him. Stixxay goes into the pit here, trying to get on him. The explosive shot, unfortunately, was on the clone, and Ruler got a lot of damage in over the wall there. So, excuse me, it wasn't the buster shot, you know, on him over into that pit. He just cloned in there. Well played by Kanavi. Ruler assisting, and they're able to kill off Stixxay and stave off what could have been a Baron take.
Well, JDG has caught up about 1,000 gold of the lead that Golden Guardians had, but now Golden Guardians have to make sure they're not giving away any more situations like that. 30 seconds till our next Drake spawns.
A great situation for Golden Guardians, though, is the Ruler has no flash. Gory does. The amount of follow-up you can get on towards this area is going to be so incredibly strong. Stixxay doesn't have his own, but I think the fact you have that jump is going to make things a little bit easier. But JDG having the push on waves, having control over this top side, it's going to make things a little uncomfortable for Golden Guardians for the moment.
Still going to have to be aware of the fact that Cleanse is available and he has that Lulu behind him, so you still have to play with respect. If Ruler can play close to a wall, even missing that flash, you can always Cleanse, jump over the wall, get out of there, no problem. And JDG are maintaining vision control around this Baron. They did see them go into the pit, so now they're just going to be starting it up Golden Guardians blue triggered it immediately. They are aware it's happening. I can't imagine JDG is going to commit to this, but we'll see. It looks like they may want to try to go for it because 6A has no sums.
Knight may have been caught here over the wall. A lot of damage, but not enough to kill him. Golden Guardians wanted the enemy mid laner, but now they got to be careful because River's going to be killed instead. JDG coming back in with a shutdown, already finding the enemy jungler, who he's in the middle of everybody, and he's got no way home. JDG! It don't matter if they're behind. They're just too damn good.
The inch was given and the mile has been taken. JDG now over towards the Baron, even getting the TP from Knight now to cover this bot lane push that they thought might come through from 6A, but I might even go for Dragon here. You see the pings on towards
Knight's
Knight.
coming though, and he has no health. 6A's got to run.
Yeah, look at the Dragon. It's immediately jumps away, so 6A not in the best spots. FLICKR now just trying to see if he can hunt out Knight, but big win for JDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, the game is way back into JDG's favor, and Golden Guardians are significantly on the back foot. You know, they thought they had this catch on a Knight, but again, unless your entire team is there to instantly burst him down, he has so much tenacity. The lockdown is not going to last long enough, and 6A was pretty far away, so he actually had to use a rocket jump to even get in range, and then all of a sudden, he's put in this really awkward spot. You know, they feel like they have a catch, they get the Q, they get the ulti, but the ulti is overlapped with the Lissandra ulti. Knight gets the Lulu ult, just pulls back, and then look at where 6A is. He's in this really awkward spot. He has no sums. He already used that rocket jump, so he has to get a reshot with that explosive shot, and then he's completely out of the fight.
Also the fact that he was just so late to the party, like that would have been enough lockdown for you to finish off Knight, but not having the rel there made things a little bit difficult. And JDG setting up, they don't spot Huhi, and even you can see FLICKR there just trying to get a little before, but Gory, of course, run away.
369's going after him, but they cannot stick to the Lissandra enough. Huhi's got to be the playmaker here. He's got to make the difference. Gory may just get popped before he can do anything. Knight's looking for him as the Dragon is claimed by JDG. Knight almost has enough damage to take Gory out of the picture, and he gets the kill. Now Konami's trying to buy enough time for the rest of JDG to kill off 6A. Ruler's got a killing spree. River's got a ticket into the dirt, and it's a double kill back over to Zeri. JDG has had enough, and they will ace the Golden Guardians.
The team fighting is unmatched from JDG. Knight finding out Gory, taking him out no problem. Then Kanavi has been a nightmare for 6A in these fights, constantly getting in on top of him, getting him chunked low, and then Ruler can just fly in to finish him off.
And that was the thing, FLICKR, it was a good call to try and take 369 out of the fight. He's about to go Mega Gnar, but it meant there was no front line. It meant there was no one there to stop Ruler from tearing people to shreds, and JDG, just like that, a 5,000 gold lead for them, and they'll continue pushing in.
And that's the thing about JDG, man. Even when they get behind, they're so good at dragging out the game. They're so good at buying the maximum amount of time to get back in. Knight with the isolated kill, then the rest of the fight went Ruler's way.
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job of actually turning on Ruler as soon as he goes in. They're trying to land all the CC on him. They get him very low, but 6A was already chunked at 20-30% HP, it felt like, before that CC comes in, because he had been chunked down there by Kanavi, and then Ruler comes in, absolutely lights them up. You can see the frustration on their faces. They know this game has completely fallen out of their hands.
Especially with the massive shutdowns that was going across the Ruler. You can see him there, already a 4th item completed already, catching up and surpassing 6A, and I mean, the win expectancy there, powered by AWS, looking pretty good.
And Licorice, he's strong, but he's not strong enough to get away from a JDG that's ready to collapse 3v1. Ruler being kept alive by missing the stopwatch, good enough to buy him a couple of more seconds so the rest of JDG can come in and help. He and the rest of the Golden Guardians are doing what they can, but they cannot measure up to Ruler and JDG. 6A just melts, and Ruler makes it look simple. 4 dead on the side of the Golden Guardians, and JDG's got a 5-man push in the enemy base.
The LPL first seed refusing to let Golden Guardians have a game here as they will go collect the wave. It looks like once more they want to try and close this one out.
And I don't think there's a whole lot standing in their way. A 3-3 bye versus the entirety of China's #1 team. JDG will take the Nexus turrets out. The respawns happen now, but it's a little too little, a little too late. And the Golden Guardians are forced back into the fountain as JDG force their way to match point.
JDG taking a commanding lead in this series, really showing their class down the stretch. That team fighting was just incredible to behold. And Golden Guardians are getting ahead of themselves a couple times there, you know, using these go buttons sometimes to their kind of disadvantage, you know, feeling like, oh, we see someone, we've got to go, we've got to get these picks. But if the carries aren't there, if everyone isn't there immediately, you don't get that initial kill, and then all of a sudden, you've used all those resources, and JDG will always capitalize on that. They can just go wild.
And that's the thing, JDG were so patient and so good at spotting, you know, where are people on the map? Is there enough numbers to actually show up and punish us for this? And every single time they threw in the coin, they knew what was coming up. So it's just brilliant to see, like, catching Kanavi, waiting in that brush, finding that big pick. Then when they try and go in tonight, they turn it around as well.
JDG is just showing all the international viewers that don't follow the LPL exactly what all the different flavors of their gameplay look like. When they get ahead, they win fast. When they fall behind, they dig in, they wait for you to screw up just once, and then boom, they're right back in it. These guys are ferocious.
Look, I'm biased, but if you're not watching the LPL at this stage, why are you not watching the LPL? This region is so damn good and so much fun to watch. Like, seriously, like, you can see what JDG are like at the moment. The ruthlessness that they will tear a team apart is absolutely insane.
Well, with game number 2 ending in a JDG victory and a match point scenario, we're going to toss things back to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much. I really love the way you painted that picture for us there, Captain Flowers, because that is exactly what it is. And when you look at their games in the LPL, when you look at the stat sheet to reflect those games, that's exactly what it says. Behind, they'll claw their way back if they need to. Ahead, that snowball, you're never going to stop it.
Well, and Dogda said, like, why are you not watching the LPL? He'll appreciate this. This is a classic LPL gold graph right here, which is why I wanted to lead off with this specifically. But it's everything they were talking about, right? Where it's like, it comes down to who are you targeting in these team fights. We saw several times, especially around the fight at like 25, just before 25 minutes, Kanavi realizing he can engage onto Stixxay, finding those really small windows where they know they have a numbers advantage, and then taking advantage of when Golden Guardians kind of overcommit, like that Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it so many times now in the last 4 days.
It's so hard because it feels unfair, because you need to play aggressive early, because if you don't get an early lead, you're not getting anything done. But if you do get an early lead and then you try to team fight, which you have to, because without a Baron, like, if you're just going to wait and wait, nothing's going to happen. And then you try to force something and then you don't do it 100% correct, and then you also lose.
It's frustrating, but at least you can try in the early game. And I think we saw some beautiful things from Golden Guardians in that early game. We even got a solo kill top.
I loved it. I was really happy to see FLICKR pop off. The matchup wasn't really about the top lane. Neither jungler showed up. But seeing him on the Cassante actually get this early game rolling, I think was really big for the mental as well. Particularly because this happened simultaneously, and winning on both sides of the map is such an important thing when you're in a series and you're the underdog and you're already 1 game down.
And this was so huge from Golden Guardians, the fact that they recognized when they could do these plays early. When they did have these stronger early games in the LCS, this is what we saw. And this in particular set up this Vi-Rel combo that was just amazing to watch from them.
I'm so glad you brought it up, because every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Hui's Rel turns around the top lane fight to secure 2 more kills for the Golden Guardians. And Emily, you were so excited watching this, and also Hui's reaction afterwards, and you said, this is what he does all the time. He's shouting to engage in these situations in the LCS, and when it works out, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so whenever you hear Golden Guardians comms, Hui is constantly talking, and they already know when they talk about like how they want to approach these team fights. If Hui's going in, the rest of them immediately follow up on this engage, right? So this actually set up a sequence of events where they were able to get a lot of stuff on the map, and it was looking pretty good for them. And we saw this especially, I want to say, in their series against Evil Geniuses, where Hui had some of these just massive Rel performances. And yeah, there's the Hui cam.
And in particular, the synergy of him with River was, to me, really impressive. There were multiple occasions in particularly the early skirmishes and that fight as well, where like River, the moment that Hui crashes down, is there with the flash engage to give 0 counterplay opportunity and make sure that they're actually able to take down their target before JDG can respond.
It was great to see, and it's also one of the reasons why they, against many people's expectations, got so far back in the LCS playoffs and made it here to MSI. But the inevitable happened again, and I think when I'm watching these games now, I'm constantly feeling it somewhere.
You're waiting for it.
I'm waiting for it to happen, and I feel like on the side of JDG, they also know that, and they're constantly on the lookout for something they can do. You mentioned the Stixxay pick-off earlier, but this Baron is also a great example.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also where JDG know that they can kind of turn, and they go in, but you notice that, and I know they brought this up on cast too, the rest of Golden Guardians are not there. Specifically, Huhi on the Rel, they aren't able to have that like 1-2 combo punch of CC to try to win these fights, and then JDG just absolutely take over.
Also want to highlight, I don't think that Ruler had the best game, even though he showed up in later game teamfights, had a couple of mistakes early on. But at that point in the game, throwing everything, while the Lulu was standing right next to LeBlanc, which, as was pointed out, had Merc Freds, had unflinching for the second time, right? Like they kind of let Knight be because of the mid lane play that didn't work out, and then there they got baited in. Everything gets thrown into him, and there's nothing left for Ruler.
Yeah, and there's always someone who will be able to pick up the pieces. There's never going to be all 5 players who underperform on JDG. And maybe we can highlight some things that don't immediately meet the eye. Of course, in moments it did with Kanavi when he makes the engage, but also everything when it concerns shadowing, vision, setup, making sure that the waves are in a great state, helping out the laners. There's just a very efficient aura, I feel, about this jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi really understands, again, we were talking about like, okay, River, who we've said has had like some pretty good showings in these 2 games, especially like kind of early. But Kanavi not only understands and tracks his opponent really well, but again, knows his entry into team fights, and that's really where you get to see him shine. And I think, you know, having a jungler like that, he's one of the best. I mean, he's one of the best.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, we gotta highlight it.
Yeah, I agree. I also want to throw back to game number 1, where a lot of LPL teams are known for being aggressive, right? And as we saw in the first game, once they get a lead, they can push it. But I actually love it. Kanavi's one of the junglers that is the smartest about when he's like, no, I'm just going to peace out. I think as a jungler, you really know, you always have to, I need this crab. I need this 2v2. And being able to step away, I think, is a really big part of what makes this team so consistent.
Definitely so, and that's why they are up on match point. Only 1 step away from the LPL Spring Finals rematch versus BLG on Sunday. Can the Golden Guardians pull one back in Game 3? I hope so. We'll be right back.
Oh, all out. FLICKR flashing in!
Yo, top. That's a nice job.
The dive in the bot side, no! Ruler goes in. He's looking for the stun, and they're gonna pull Ruler up! Kanavi goes back in, attract and repel, and Wukong's going to hell! Locks him down, River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be drowned as they try to make the play. And JDG, you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Just run. I can go. Go. Nice, go. Zeri, go flash. Go flash. Go.
The respawns happen now, but it's a little too late, and the Golden Guardians are forced back into the fountain. Get it!
Red Bull gives you wings.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and this matchup between JDG and the Golden Guardians. JDG are up 2-0 and on match point. Game number 2, however, was a very strong showing from the Golden Guardians, who had an incredibly commanding lead for a long time in the game, but it was just a couple of little vulnerabilities in the armor that were exploited and punished by JDG.
See, if the trend continues, here's the Copium take. You know,
Okay,
first
okay.
game
No,
we had
don't
very,
do this.
very early
Don't
game.
do this.
Second game, you know, first game we had to like 12 minutes. Second game we had to like 22 minutes. You
Okay,
know,
I'm
maybe
picking up-
game
I'm picking up
3
now.
we
Yeah.
have to like 30 minutes, and maybe we can kill the Nexus by then.
But the thing is, then, if you win game 3, by that logic, you automatically win
Yeah,
the rest
yeah,
of the
yeah,
series.
it's a reverse
'cause you
sweep,
just, you
for
just
sure.
keep going
Yeah,
longer.
exactly.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
keeps-
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So easy. You just win this, you win the series.
Exactly.
There you go.
No problem.
I think that level of copium is actually...
Who's the analyst here, Flowers? Who's the analyst here?
All right, fine. All right, fine. I'm just the talk fast guy, so I think that level of copium is probably lethal. Because there's no way that that's the only thing we can rely on. But there is something we can rely on for the Golden Guardians, and that's Huhi. The engages in game number 2 were absolutely beautiful. At moments where JDG, either through not respecting the rel specifically because it is a more uncommon pick, or just not respecting Golden Guardians as a whole, chased them into a fight that Golden Guardians was able to turn around through who he's played.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I have to give a lot of credit to FLICKR as well. This guy has been so good throughout all of MSI. He's really blown me away. Going up against Bin and 369 and saying you solo killed them both, not a lot of people can tell you that.
Especially, like, I think you actually need to ban this Cassante. Like, he has looked absolutely incredible on it. Every time he's got his hands on it was a real issue for a lot of these fights for JDG, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that go up onto the ban list.
Yeah, and I mean, the reality is, for Golden Guardians to take a game, everyone has to be on point. All 5 of them, right? And I think in the last game, we saw bot lane was going really, really well. FLICKR was doing really, really well in top lane, but I thought Gory and River were at times disjointed from the rest of the team, right? You know, when they were going for that engage on Knight, no one else was really there to follow up. When they were diving mid lane and got countered on that gank, no one else was really there to follow up. And the Cassante is going to get respect banned away. So Licorice gets a solo kill, and they say, you know what, we can't give it to him again.
Yeah, the rest of the bans looking very similar to Game 2. It's Nidalee, Annie, and Aphelios banned out by Golden Guardians. Cassante, Ahri, and Maokai banned out by JDG. The first pick of the draft is the Kennen for the Golden Guardians.
I do like the Gragas as an answer, though. A lot of the times you can just kind of push the wave against the Kennen if you're in the lane, or else you just in the later team fights end up just tossing in the cask, immediately take the Kennen out of the fight, and just have great peel for the backline. So far, JDG already having a good answer for the Kennen.
Yeah, I just have not really liked Kennen so far in this tournament.
Especially first pick.
I mean, it just really has not worked. But even when it was picked as an answer, I don't think we've seen a strong Kennen game yet in the bracket stage, right? From winning teams or losing teams. It just has not really looked as good. Obviously, it has been mostly Western teams that have been picking it, and they have been losing a lot of games, so it does make it kind of look a little bit worse. But I do feel like the teams here are just on another level as far as marking the Kennen and clearing vision. And if you can't get good TP flanking wards and you're always marked out on those sides, it's so difficult to really make this champion work because Kennen really can't fight front to back. You basically have to come in from an angle and get that perfect flank, but if you're always marked, if they're always aware of where you're coming from, it just doesn't get a lot done.
Well, we've got the Jinx locked in for the Golden Guardians. We saw Stixxay have a better game on the Tristana than he had on the Aphelios. Jinx is much more similar to that Aphelios than she is to the Tristana.
Yeah.
Very limited in terms of mobility, needs protection, needs a front line to be able to play the way that she wants to play this game. And if we're talking about protection, Thresh is a great way to help out champions like this that don't have inbuilt mobility.
It absolutely is, but the engage from Rakan and Gragas is so explosive that it's very difficult to save someone from a Lantern. If you get Body Slam flashed into Rakan combo, there's no clicking the Lantern, right? And you can easily get ulted away from that Lantern by the Gragas as well. So we'll see, you know, if who he can be really on point with the Flays and kind of keeping that space for him.
Also, just the Xayah is such a good answer to what Golden Guardians are going up against, are bringing to the table at the moment. Like, the Kennen tries to go in, Xayah immediately ults herself, keeps herself out of harm's way, even with just being able to follow up so effectively on any of the Rakan engages. Like, Thresh CCs himself if he tries to throw that hook, so immediately you can follow up and go for it.
JDG missed their ban. So I'm not sure if there's going to be, you know, if that was like user error. If it's user error, we just continue. If there was some sort of a glitch that made them miss that ban, maybe we'll have to restart. We'll let you guys know as soon as we find out any info about that. But for now, it is continuing onward, so I have to assume it's just user error on JDG's side, because normally they would stop them before you show any additional bans.
Right, well, they're gonna proceed. So no ban for ban number 4 from the side of JDG. Their final ban of the draft will be Lee Sin, wanting to keep that playmaker away from River. Syndra was banned out by the Golden Guardians because it is one of Knight's favorite champions to play. It is tied for most plays in spring for him with the Ahri at 8, and LeBlanc also banned out now.
It's also historically one of the champions that he showed up on in the most clutch moments, like in finals. He's had these insane Syndra scatter the weeks that have changed the outcomes of series, but won't be getting to see it. It's a little bit unfortunate as he's incredible on that.
I mean, I hope we get to see a Syndra at some point throughout the tournament. Syndra is really the champion that made me first really fall in love with Knight as a player. You know, I made a Lane Kingdom like piece of content on him playing that champion specifically back in the day. And he is incredible at it, but it is going to be the Kha'Zix. Will River come out with the Rengar as the answer? Oh, come on!
Twice he's baited us now, twice!
It is a rule of League of Legends. We got a lore battle! FLICKR and Kha'Zix, get out of here, Sejuani! Get out of here!
All right, I'm down for it. And now they're even hovering Man, if who he locked Asol, I don't even care anymore.
I mean, this would actually be sick. A Rengar Galio combo would be insane.
Oh,
I'm
I
curious to see
respect
though,
it.
because the last time we saw Rengar at the international stage was SOFM as the counter to the Evelyn back in
That was tank
2020
Rengar.
Worlds. Yeah, and I'm curious if it is going to be the tank Rengar. I imagine you'll probably go for the damage version, especially when you've already got the kind of the backup alongside the Galio. But this is going to be so cool to see.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. I mean, they have quite a bit of damage with the Jinx and the cannon, but I'm expecting it to be a damage build, or at least like a hybrid damage build. I have seen some people just do things like Boar Drinker into Spirit Visage and stuff like that. So you can kind of go for those like hybrid damage builds where you go for a bruiser build into tank. Be interested to see how it does work out. It is going to be Knight with the Nautilus mid here. So this is going to be a nightmare game for 6A to play. Every single fight, Gragas, Kha'Zix, Nautilus ulti, Rakan ulti, all are going to be thrown towards this one champion, and it's going to be up to his team to actually create space for him to be able to play the game, which is going to be so tough.
Yeah, everybody that's not Ruler has a kill Jinx button on their champion. It's very, very difficult to get away from all of it. Yeah, right. Okay, I've got Gale Force.
Don't you dare doubt Ruler.
And Thresh is going to try to throw his lamp on me, and that's the only way that Stixxay gets away from all of this. So his work's going to be cut out for him, but I mean, it's up to the rest of the team to be able to try to help him, right? If Kennen can slicing Maelstrom and just go in, find a nice, really big engage, Galio being able to follow up on top of either a Kennen or a Rengar initiating, because remember, you look at a Galio ulti, you know that it can be used as a counter engage, but it can even more effectively be used to follow up some of your own plays.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting because I do think in a lot of cases, you know, you think about Rengar, you think about, okay, diving deep, going for these picks, but I actually think for Golden Guardians comp, I think they're going to be more effective if they're actually playing counter engage in this game, because everyone clearly has to go for Stixxay. The problem is if you're the ones who are initiating the dive, you send in the Kennen and the Rengar and Galio and everything in the back line, they can kind of just have someone get past that and Stixxay can get blown up. But if everyone dives on Stixxay and all of a sudden Licorice drops his ulti and Galio's coming slamming in and they have the Thresh box to deal with, that could make a situation where Stixxay could survive and turn it around.
Also, it just makes it very tough for Ruler to play the fights because you've got the Rengar to worry about. You also got the ultimate from Licorice to worry about. Like, trying to follow up on this engagement was very tough, but JDG want to make it happen early.
I think they're going to run into each other.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Bot
they have no idea.
5v5 level 1. Ships in the night, boys. Ships in the night.
Yeah, but where do they recall? This is the key part, is it can get really kind of dicey. Do you do a 5-man recall in the bush? That is the safest play because you have no idea where they are. Looks like JDG are just going to stay and start on the enemy red buff. Is Golden Guardians going to stay and start on the enemy blue buff? This was hilarious.
Yeah, this is quite a turn of events here at the level 1. So close to potentially running into each other, but now just going for the same plan.
And then because you have no vision on top side, you could think that they're just like spread out on the top side, that they're doing counter invade up there. You don't know where the other team is. So now it gets really wacky. What is your jungle path from here? Do you try to full clear the enemy side of the jungle? Do you try to, you know, walk back into your own jungle?
They're gonna spot each other.
Okay, now you've got to know. So Gory sees him, and now he has to know. And Gory actually really intelligently hides. Now Knight does spot him. So everyone should have info of where the other is starting, and I'm just really curious to see where they're going to take, because it looks like Kha'Zix is going to go straight bot at level 2, but River's coming as well. We're going to have a 3v3 bot at level 1.
They find the hook. Who he goes in and missing is going to be the target, but River's going to be carefully flashes away to stay alive, but he's only got 100 HP, and it's first blood back over to Kanavi and the Kha'Zix. It should be picked up here with Golden Guardians getting the money on Stixxay. He's excited, and he just can't hide it. Missing goes over the wall into the brush. He tries to get away. The grand entrance is shut down, and Stixxay gets 2.
Stixxay gets double buffs on top of it as well. This is a disaster for JDG's bot lane. Stixxay has struggled every single lane phase so far, and now in game 3, he's off to the perfect start.
What a banger. I mean, honestly, this series has been so much fun to watch. Golden Guardians do not care who they're playing. They're going to go right at you. JDG, arguably the best team in the world. Golden Guardians are down to scrap. They're down to take these fights. And what kind of a random situation is this, where it's a 3v3 here down on bot side with both teams full invade, no one runs into each other, and then everyone just converges down to the bot lane for this fight. Kanavi has already spent the flash. He knows he's not getting out. Stixxay's already kiting up towards missing because he has the ghost popped. He knows he's going to get the reset. And then, yes, there's the W over the wall here, but Huhi flashing in has the confidence.
What
the
a
cojones on this guy.
And Huhi is unbelievable this series. What a legend. Like, take a bow, sir, because this series, the entire way through, Huhi has honestly been outplaying Missy the entire way through.
Huhi is just a monster, man. Awesome start down there in the bottom side for the Golden Guardians, but now we got to see where everything else goes. Huhi is roaming around with River. Golden Guardians like to have Huhi do this. They're okay separating him from Stixxay, allowing him to try to move around, facilitate River, being able to do things like take the scuttle crab, even if they're not sure where the enemy jungler is. And now Huhi's back down here. Stixxay's still got those double buffs a little while longer. And if we check up in the top lane, FLICKR has a nice little lead for himself over 369.
Yep, meanwhile in top lane.
Yeah, the story of League of Legends.
Both players completely uninvolved in all the action. One has a 4 CS advantage. Top lane experience.
You don't sound so jealous about that as a top laner, yeah.
I'm a Phil player, which is actually the same thing as being a top laner because no one wants to play that.
Fair, fair.
I feel like every game I've ever played with you, you pick Phil, and about 90% of them you end up in top. But now it's Golden Guardians bringing River back down to the bottom lane. If Huhi can find a death sentence, they might be able to make something happen here. Now remember, both summoner spells still available on Ruler. Missing can just dash back away to safety, so he's not as worried about it either. And it looks like the Golden Guardians aren't going to get a whole lot out of this one. They're just going to keep River down here long enough to have his presence enable them to shove this wave forward. And in games 1 and 2, you pointed it out both times, Isaac, Golden Guardians have had some bad back timers that caused them to lose out on waves of gold and experience. So this time around, especially with Stixxay starting off like he has, I want to see him clean that up.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to play from this position of power. Navi, though, going to find River here.
River taking the worst part of the trade, but luckily can heal most of it off there with that W, as Kanavi does not want to stick around long enough to clear out the entirety of the control ward.
Yeah, it gets a little bit awkward because, yes, Kennen can make first move, but then you're going to lose the wave to the tower, which can be really painful. Gory, though, hits 6, and now he's moving, so Kanavi has got to leave from this point.
Navi trying to get back into the river here, and yeah, he's got the scuttle crab vision, gives him the extra haste so he can disengage from this situation, and now Gory will just walk back into mid, walks around the slightly longer way. He knows he doesn't want to risk running into Kanavi, and River is once again found by the bug. They try to chase him down with Knight, who wants to use the anchor there. Gory interfering, dropping the taunt, making sure that River's not in any real danger. Gory does lose some farm underneath the turret because of this, and JDG, the mid-jungle, are playing aggressively.
Yeah, putting that pressure on, the Kha'Zix really wants to put that pressure on. Know if you can get this Rengar isolated, he's away from the brush, he doesn't have the Frosty stacked up, it's not going to be a good fight for him. So they're putting that on, but it's good coverage here, from Gory moving over. Not able to find the hook, so nothing going to really happen from this. But it is the flash and the ult from Knight down. So yeah, you lost a little bit of farm, but I think you're pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Knight flashed and doesn't get anything is a big one. It was a really nice job from JDG where they were like, okay, as long as we can play this slow and let Knight push in, Gory has to catch the wave, but just having that little bit of a whoopsie means that they're not quite able to get out of there, but still giving enough of an advantage to Kanavi now where he has that level up, he got a couple of the camps, he can start to move around. Moving down towards his bot lane as well, it's just very tough to end up winning out on this bot lane now that Stixxay has those 2 kills.
And you can see how much Golden Guardians are ready to try to play around this. River's been down here 3 different times now, counting that level 2, level 1 battle, as Licorice uses the ulti on 369 on the top side. And Dagda, it's exactly what you were describing back in draft. The big man just throws the cask on the ground, says get the hell out of here, and he can walk away from anything Kennen's got to bring to the table.
And it's going to be the case of trying to do that later on in this game as well, especially if you can try and disrupt how much CC Golden Guardians have to offer and find a way onto Stixxay is going to be crucial for JDG. Stixxay stops the reset. River is down on the bot side.
I've got to say, Ruler is so annoying with his Qs. I feel like he hits every single one on Stixxay the entire time, and he's just slowly chipped him down. Despite the fact that they did have that advantage from level 1, they're doing just fine. He's actually up 1 CS. He is getting the push because he has been the one actually chunking Stixxay, and Stixxay may again be forced to take a bad base here. I think he's going to want to try to stay around, farm out this wave, but it's going to be JDG have that pressure on bot side. He went back for the early base, but it should be an early dragon here for Kanavi. He's Kha'Zix, he's level 6, easy peasy.
And this will be the first time this series that JDG takes the first Drake of the game. In both the previous games, it was Golden Guardians 8 minutes in and then at 10 minutes in being the first ones to that neutral objective. But this time around, JDG finally get the better of them there. Usually, if we see the first Drake taken and it's past 8 minutes, the other squad will try to respond with Herald shortly thereafter, and that's what I expect to see Golden Guardians going for as River makes his move.
Yeah, Knight's starting to move over as well, just wants to get full information that Golden Guardians are going for this, but you have Kha'Zix on the way. Missing got that quicker reset, so JDG maybe thinking of trying to make something happen, but...
Well, Herald's at 1900. JDG are coming in. They want to contest this. Knight's going to lead the charge. Goes in, finds the anchor. River's got to disengage as Missing goes after him. The Galio ulti comes down, and it's JDG. They forced them back. They took control of the river. They got themselves the objective, and they get the better of the Golden Guardians. But now Gory's coming in with a two-man taunt. Knight stuck here on the front line as he goes for another hook, but he won't be able to land this one. River grabs a kill on Knight, and Golden Guardians get something for their trouble.
Yeah, it's a good kill back, but the play is still positive for JDG. You know, he had these decent base timings with Stixxay, so he was trying to stay around bot to hold the wave for Stixxay on bot side. But at the end of the day, it means he's way late to the play. Missing's there first, so they force the flash, they force the Galio ultimate, they get the Herald. That is more valuable, and now Gory gonna have to flash here as well. So JDG definitely getting more off the play and still have that Herald in pocket to cash in.
Yeah, they're even starting to push into the spot lane as well, but I think Kanavi might be a little bit slow in getting down to try and use the fact that Chad pushed there to use the Rift Herald, but as you say, really nice job from JDG. The kill going across does suck, but it's just full control for the LPL rep at the moment.
LPL's #1 seed, still slightly behind in gold, but that could change very rapidly depending, especially on how much value they get out of this Herald. Where is it going to be dropped? How many plates does it result in? Because we're not even 10 minutes on the timer just yet, they have the entirety of turret plating's duration to choose when to drop it, where to drop it, and that just means that Golden Guardians needs to be aware of where these JDG players are going to be rotating around to.
I am curious, as you say, just on the rotations, if JDG end up like pushing in this wave, sending Ruler to mid lane, and then trying to use the Rift Herald in mid, because I feel like it's so important to try and get that mid lane turret down. As
look at bot.
JDG, though, are on the way.
Oh man, it's the whole goon squad. JDG bringing down Kanavi and Knight to join up with Ruler and Missing. But as Stixxay makes his way back into the lane now, it looks like the jungle mid duo of JDG just going to head back towards mid instead. Yeah,
you know, they were trying to see if they could capitalize on a roam timing there. You have to remember, the cooldown on the level 1 ultimate from Galio is just infinite. You know, it's like 2.5 minutes. So if you use that thing, you are not going to have it for a very long time. So when they use that over by the Herald, that first Galio ultimate really hurts if you don't get anything out of it. So if Knight can get pushed, he can always threaten those roams to sides because Gory's not going to have it for a long time. And he's playing Ghost Flash. He's not playing TP. So it's not as though he can have that to really answer a play. And that's why when you lose push through mid, it becomes really problematic.
Ooh, nice attempt there at the dredge line. Gory just steps away from all of it, gets back underneath the turret. Doing a pretty good job here, staying even on farm against Knight. The jungle still stays in the favor of Kanavi's Kha'Zix, who has been having a higher tempo than River's Rengar, because River has made so many visits down into the bottom lane, constantly trying to fish for those opportunities and see what he can find there.
Plus the pressure they applied topside. You know, Kanavi harassing him around those camps and taking away the wolves, being able to steal those away definitely does put him down a little bit. But we'll see, you know, how effective River is going to be, especially when he uses his first ulti. That is really what I want to watch for. Who's he going to target? Is he going to try to do it with Gory? Is it going to be synced up with those other teammates? Because you've really got to try to make a lot from that. I do feel like Golden Guardians comp is super ultimate space, especially for topside.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you need like the jungle mid and support in that equation to actually make it work. Because although you have River who can leap in, yes, he'll have a little bit of CC. You've Flash has galore on JDG's side, not to mention like a bunch of the opportunities to even hook yourself away, jump away. Ruler has ult, so I think you need a ton of CC to make this combo work, and that's the part they're struggling with at the moment, is Knight pushing in, JDG now moving down to this bottom side, trying to see if they can get use out of this Rift Herald.
Well, and you can see Golden Guardians, you know, great early level 1, but they're the ones losing plates here on this bot side. It's already down to 2.5 plates. Its charge is going to knock it to 1 remaining. They're trying to push in here. The ultimate has been popped. We'll see if they can find anything. But I don't think they can. River is too far away from the rest of the team.
Well, he tried for it. Not going to get much more than just 300 damage off of Ruler's health bar. And yeah, that Herald nearly destroying the turret there in the bottom lane. And with Golden Guardians sending all their men down to try to stop that push, Knight just takes advantage of the fact that nobody's back in mid, and he's grabbing more over there.
Exactly. You know, they've lost the plate top, they've lost the plate mid, they've lost 4 plates bot now with that Herald, actually 2 plates top, excuse me. So, you know, JDG having the push across these lanes, really making the most of it. This reset from Ruler and missing, though, may mean that 6A can actually get some turret damage back here. We'll see if he can grab a plate or 2 of his own, which would be really nice because it looks like it's going to be solo gold. So he should be able to get 2 plates. We'll see how confident he is to stay around. Is just going to back it up off the 1 plate. Doesn't want to lose too much tempo. They're actually going to look to try to take this dragon here. And with Kanavi just back in base, it should be a Golden Guardians dragon.
Yeah, Missing can try to see if he can be an annoyance here, distract these guys, but with Stixay already moving over to the Drake as well, there's not much that just a support Rakan can do to interfere with this. Knight starts moving down towards this bottom side river as Ruler is also moving up. JDG want to find a collapse here. They're doing a good job, and Stixay's already dead. The Jinx was in the middle of everybody, and that's exactly where JDG want him to be. They'll pick up a bonus on Gory, a 2-for-1 special for JDG.
Where'd he go? He didn't even have a chance. You see Gory go, don't worry, I'm coming, and he's completely wiped off the face of the map before he even gets there.
Yeah, I mean, the damage shield is nice, but Kha'Zix does not care about it. They're going to get this hook in on Knight, but the minions are still there. He doesn't have aggro and the TP to cover as well.
There's just not enough damage. 369 shows up, they lock him down, they burst him. River's already dead. Golden Guardians are just crumbling now.
Yeah, JDG again, getting more and more. Knight pulled into the tower though.
Nicely done to set it up for the alley-oop for Stixay's Super Mega Death Rocket, as JDG will get punished for sticking around a little too long this time. FLICKR trying to see if there's anything else he might be able to get here, as 369 and Missing both get away to the protection of the turret.
Kanavi starting to move in though. You do need to be a little bit careful here, as Golden Guardians will actually spot him out here. How much does Kanavi want to go for?
Finds a good chunk on Licorice, but not enough to put him in kill range. Licorice can just get away now.
And we got to see kind of what JDG want to go for and how it's going to be so difficult for Stixay. You know, really when this dive happens, Licorice has to be there with him for the counter engage, because that's the only thing that's going to keep you alive, really. You know, when this comes down, they throw everything on him. Missing even exhaust Stixay while they're going for this full CC. You can see the exhaust even comes down here. There's just nothing he can do whatsoever. Ruler's flying in with the Gale Force. Kanavi's stealthing in on top of him. He's been ulted up by multiple members. Nothing he can do.
And that's the thing, you even see the Lantern go down, and it's a Hail Mary. Like, you're never getting to that with the amount of CC that's there. And you called it out in the Champ Select as Ale. Like, the fact you have this Rakan makes it so difficult for you to play this game as Golden Guardian. Not only the charm, but great knockups coming through for Missing.
Oop, back in bottom lane, they're making a play on Knight. He tries to get back underneath the protection of the tier 1 turret. It's barely alive, but it's alive long enough to give Knight the extra little bit of time to disengage. River coming around from the side, and there they finally got the damage. Licorice takes the kill, and Golden Guardians get one.
And you can see this one, Gold pretty close except for jungle, where Kanavi has opened up a massive lead. He's already on 2 completed lethality items here. So he is going to be such a menace in these fights, and I love the Edge of Knight because it is CC that is really going to spell his doom in these fights. You know, if he's able to stealth around, constantly get these hits off onto these squishy members of Golden Guardians, it'll be really difficult.
Especially for a champion like Kha'Zix. Oh man, Kanavi knows this is just free money, free food. Kill that dude. Kanavi 3-1.
And especially now that you're going to be able to get mid lane turret here for JDG, this is only going to get worse. Ruler though, can they walk away from this? Missing stuck.
Missing can just dash back over the wall, no problem. Gets away from the chompers. Kanavi's ready to find some more damage. Stixay not dead quite yet. The shutdown. Jinx survived with 15 HP.
Just barely survives, and that shutdown is big. A little bit too confident there was Kanavi. He even spent the flash. He does get the flash off Stixay though, which is going to make the next team fight a nightmare for him. Really, it's only the flash that is doing anything to keep him alive. And it is going to be the Gore Drinker for River, so I wouldn't be shocked if it isn't that build that I was talking about. You know, just Gore Drinker, Spirit Visage, can go for that. With Kanavi dead, should be a Herald take here for Golden Guardians, but it is an over 2K lead for JDG, so Golden Guardians definitely have some catching up to do, which has not really boded well for them so far in this series.
I was actually curious to see what the game plan here for his Mythic was going to be, because I was kind of angling towards maybe you just go for the Age of the Legion, just get more of the shields, a lot of the Iron Scar, even more of the shielding, make sure that you're able to just keep Stixxay alive as long as possible. He's still just going for the, hey, maybe if you can run away quicker, we can get away from a lot of this engage. But I think, as you can see, like Kanavi nearly one-shotting Stixxay. I think you need a hell of a lot more healing and shielding for Stixxay in this one if he hopes to survive the dive that's on JDG's side.
It's tough though, because it's also a lot of reliance on him for damage, right? You know, so if you just go too much indexing towards those defensive stats, and he won't really be able to do much. I wouldn't have minded Locket, you know, this game from Huhi, but that could be something that could help, but I don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately.
Knight just defending up here underneath the tier 1 turret as River and Gory are both nearby. River's just going to walk up, try to grab some of these minions here a little bit earlier on. Stixxay and Huhi join up with the rest of the team here. They'll drop the Eye of the Herald. They're going to see if they can just force down this tier 1 turret. They've got a Demolish proc ready to go. Herald charge should pretty much guarantee it. Golden Guardians have a 5-man squad here in the top lane. They're escorting it forward. They want to get this tier 2 turret money. It's worth so much and could really help them try to close this gap.
TP in from 369 as the charge comes through. They should be able to just clear it this wave to keep themselves safe, but I gotta say, for a team that has, at least in the early stages, hasn't been doing so hot on the map movements when it comes to these plays from Golden Guardians, now they're actually getting the push in mid, getting the dragon in response, so not as big of a win for Golden Guardians.
Oh, River jumps in after Ruler, but now he's got to be careful because Ruler just guns him down. The Zaya's saying, what are you doing, man? The Rengar way too overconfident there.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was intentional. I mean, he used his ult to the ward at first, then jumped from the brush over the wall towards him. So I don't even know if he really meant to do that. That looked just straight up bizarre from River, and now Knight's going to threaten the dive. And this is those windows that JDG can just end the game off of.
And Knight's ready for it. The turret's already down. Huhi'll die here first, and they want more. Gory tries to get away off to the side. Stixxay fires off a couple of rockets. Knight wants to disengage before he allows the Jinx to get excited, and it makes it so JDG only get the 1 kill plus the turret.
They get the turret, but they're going to get so much map control, vision immediately being spread out in the Golden Guardian jungle. River, you don't want to be here.
Nope.
You'll just be able to back away, but again, you're looking at Baron that's just spawned. River now wants it though.
River just jumping in over and over by himself. Man, what was that? Golden Guardians trying to chase him now. Missing's gonna get caught. Ruler gets away. Nice use of the feathers to avoid some of the damage coming out from the cannon. Ruler goes on a rampage. Golden Guardians were trying to set something up, but all they do is gift over 2 more kills.
And that's Baron, and that's essentially the series gift wrap now for JDG. As River just really overforcing on a lot of these plays, and JDG so easily responding to it. You know, FLICKR's trying to come in with that ulti, but Missing had the stopwatch. He's going to use that. This is a freebie Baron here for JDG. Golden Guardians may as well attempt something, but there's no ult on Licorice. There's no jungler. I don't think there's any chance.
Golden Guardians should back away. They are sticking around maybe a little bit too long here. You can see the buttons popped. 369 wants to go.
369 with the Everfrost. Not going to catch Stixxay there, but again, it's River. And again, it's Kanavi showing him which one of these 2 assassins in the jungle reigns supreme. The jungle dip is an absolute canyon here in this game as 369 picks up another kill on Stixxay. And JDG with the Baron, with the lead, with a 5v3 for the next 10 seconds, are unstoppable.
And it's a strong showing for JDG. First time at MSI after they won Spring in 2020, but with no MSI existing, weren't able to go. And now in their first series against Golden Guardians, they were favorites coming in, but you're kind of getting to see why they were so lethal in the LPL.
Absolutely. JDG, absolute monsters here, making it look easy against Golden Guardians. Have everything they need to close this one out with a clean 3-0 sweep. Kanavi has been incredible on the Kha'Zix. 3 completed items. River still just has 1 in the garage sale. Not even close to what his opponent is going to be able to get done. And now Licorice looking like he may be caught out.
Trying to get away from Missing. Kanavi ready to follow up his support here, but Licorice can get enough distance in time. At the end of the last game, Dagda, you said, man, if you aren't watching the LPL, what are you doing? This is such a good region. The games are so fun. And talking about the strength of the region, remember that JDG as a whole, it's 369 and Ruler who were first team All-Pro. The rest of the team was second team All-Pro.
And it's also the fact they just had massive step-ups in the mid lane, like Knight coming into the team, Ruler coming into the bot lane, like the swap with Yagao and Knight, like the two old best friends now swapping on the teams. But I mean, JDG definitely come out the better for it. Knight has been absolutely spectacular domestically, and we're finally starting to get the chance to see, maybe when he's not on Nautilus, just why he was so good back domestically.
Oh! Kanabi just jumps in, 1v2, immediately assassinates Stixxay, and forces River to be saved by Huhi just to get out.
What's isolation damage? You know, just murder the two of them anyway. And now JDG
he isolated both of them.
Oh, true. Yeah. If you kill one, the other's now isolated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kanavi's just going off this game. You know, he was the big difference in the early stages for JDG. He was the one putting on pressure even when Golden Guardians were in a better spot. And he is really running away with it now. JDG, as they always do, when they get that lead, they will just close out the game so incredibly fast, and they're looking to do it right here.
Dredge line from Knight finds Gory. The follow-up will not kill him, though, thanks to the stopwatch, getting him enough time to walk away. As JDG continue their movement forward. 5v5. They've got a massive gold lead of over 10,000 gold. Now they're just walking it back away. No minion wave left. River isolated from the rest of the team now, locked down by the Everfrost. Disengages thanks to the W as Ruler leads the charge. He's going to be CC'd, but not long enough for Golden Guardians to burst him down. Stixxay and the rest of the Guardians now have to hold on 4v5, and JDG are disengaging with Missing and Ruler having a little bit of compromised health.
Yeah, with the knock-up and the hook, it means that you don't have the damage,
but
Licorice!
No, Licorice! He face checks into the Kazakhs. Luckily for him, Kanavi does not have the mana to keep on fighting, so he'll live to see another day.
Unluckily for him, though, the Dragon is up and available, and JDG immediately going to go towards that, put themselves on towards Soul Point. If the TP from 369 after picking up the Shadow Flame immediately in towards this top side, JDG want to make sure they're not letting this pressure up.
I don't think the pressure is going to be relieved anytime soon. JDG just so far ahead, 25 minutes into the game. Once they get ahead a little, they're just so good at continuing to move it forward at a faster and faster and faster pace.
I mean, look no further than the mini-map and look at the vision that gets taken over. You know, you look down towards this bottom side, all the wards getting littered out throughout there. Now they're starting to evade around this top side. They're going to clear out some of the vision on this side. So, you know, really is impressive stuff from JDG. And if they can get a pick, they may just end the game prior, but if not, they're going to control vision around the Baron. They're going to set up for that in a minute and a half, and I think they're going to use the Baron to close out this game.
JDG take down that tier 2 turret in the top lane. That was the last standing structure for the Golden Guardians outside their own base. Now as they have to continue retreating because Huhi's so low, he can't stay in a fight any longer. It means JDG has a chance to just hard force once again, this time onto the tier 3 turret at the top side. Both of the other inhibitors are already down. JDG is about to make it a 3-inhib game.
I mean, when you're this far ahead, you may not even need the Baron. JDG immediately burst out the backline of Golden Guardians, and now they're onto the Nexus turrets.
Nexus turret still standing, but for how long? Minion waves pouring in from 3 different directions as JDG will start working on the top Nexus turret. You gotta keep your eyes on the engaged champs. River's gonna be caught out here in the bottom side, and that should be enough to end the game right here. Missing goes in for the engage, but he isn't gonna find any valuable targets. Licorice here for the slicing maelstrom, but there's just no damage. There's just no way. There's just no chance for the Golden Guardians. They get 1 kill, they're the super mega death rocket. Stixxay's trying to fire on these guys, but Ruler puts plenty of damage right back into him. JDG, very low health bars now, trying to finish the game. They don't want Stixxay to be able to get excited, and nobody's more excited than JDG. It's a 3-0 win, and they're moving on in the upper bracket.
The top Esports flash at the end from Knight, showing that he wants to turn over a new leaf here on JDG. A fantastic performance from Jingdong Gaming coming into this. It was a slow start in game 1 and game 2, but when they got control, they did not let up.
I mean, their team fighting is just so damn good. Ruler in these fights, even when he's just flying forward, he doesn't ever seem to get taken down. He gets so aggressive. He knows the limits of his champion so perfectly. The team is incredible in laning, incredible in team fighting, individually immensely skilled, and so adept at enabling each other to really play to the maximum, to always create pockets of space for Ruler to just go crazy.
JDG is one of those teams where even when they're behind, you look at them and you're just like...
You're still sweating.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, so they're down 2,000 gold, so maybe if they fall behind, 3 or 4K more, then it'll be back to an even game state. And it's just ridiculous how good these guys are. They never seem to be affected by things going poorly. They always seem to just be looking for their next opportunity to punish. And I think that's one of the things that really separates the greatest League of Legends teams from the rest, is the fact that you can just approach the game so mechanically, so objectively, that even if things aren't going perfectly, exactly what you have to do to get them back in your favor.
And you can see some of those clips that come out from the LPL, like mic checks, where you'll see, like, back in the day we had one of Knight where it was, hey, watch this, guys, and then he immediately solo kills the enemy laner underneath this tower, and he's like, I'm so good, don't you like me, don't you love me? Like, this is a team atmosphere that definitely lends itself to that in a lot of situations where these guys are so good friends behind the scenes, and a lot of the opportunities where you might have to maybe have that mental blocker, tilt, doesn't really happen when you're able to work the way they do.
And for the Golden Guardians, it was a good attempt to stand up to the super team that is JDG. Particularly that second game was so close to being something really good for them. And now with all of these first round best of fives resolved, we move into the second round, which is regional matchups across the board. So that does mean Golden Guardians are going to have their rematch with Cloud9, who defeated them for that LCS title in spring, to see if they can stay alive.
Well, I think that's going to be the exciting thing about the regional matchup. Sure, myself, like everyone else, loves the interregional stuff. I'd love to see some NAU best of fives. But what I'm really excited for is to see, a team like GG, who I think have actually looked, better than Cloud9 here at MSI. I feel like they leveled up during play-ins. They looked, very competitive in some of these games versus JDG. Cloud9 went into the finals as heavy favorites against Golden Guardians in the LCS. Do they still remain those heavy favorites? Are some of these, second seed teams going to be able to upset? Have they learned enough since the regional finals to here at MSI to really buck the trends? Can BLG take down a JDG? Can Golden Guardians take down a C9 and so on? I think it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, but right now, we've got an interview ready to go. It's Lore and Ruler standing by on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
JDG,
Thank you, guys. Ruler, congratulations on
the
win today. An amazing victory for the LPL. I want to talk about the level 1 strats. We've seen one each game. Why did you guys go for this approach? And how would you rate the success of these level 1s?
네, 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이번 시리즈에서 계속해서 1레벨부터 좀 인베를 한다든지 설계를 하는 움직임이 많이 나왔습니다. 이런 전략을 설계한 이유는 무엇이고 잘 먹힌 것 같나요?
일단 잘 먹힌지는 모르겠고 연습 과정에서 좀 이러한 초반 과정, 인베 과정에서 좀 많은 일들이 있어서 좀 계속 해보는 중입니다.
I'm not really sure if it worked perfectly, but we had a lot of actions and stuff happening in that level 1 strategy. So we just wanted to keep trying this.
All right, well, that was a spicy viewer experience at least. What about your experience in the LPL? Because you have such a long and exciting career. Why did you learn from playing in this region and how did it make you better as a player?
네, 그렇다면 룰러 선수 이번에 LPL에서 활동하면서 또 어떤 점을 새롭게 배우셨는지 궁금합니다. LPL에서 보는 시간 동안 어떤 점을 배워서 더 선수로서 성장하신 것 같나요?
일단 제가 LCK에서 경기할 때 좀 되게 공격적인 포지션을 많이 했다고 생각했는데 이제 LPL에 오니까 좀 더 많이 필요한 부분이 있더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분을 좀 배웠던 것 같습니다.
So even in the LCK, I tried to take a very aggressive position, and then when I moved to the LPL, I learned a lot of stuff about this. So I've gotten a lot better about this.
Makes complete sense, given the aggressivity coming from this region. But talking about MSI as a whole, I think it's fair to say that JDG is one, if not the favorite, to take it all. How do you reflect on this statement and this sentiment coming from the community?
이번 MSI는 정말 많은 분들이 JDG가 우승 후보다, 우승해도 이상하지 않다라는 그런 반응과 분석과 평가를 보내주고 있습니다. 이에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 충분히 우승할 수 있다 저도 생각은 하지만 그래도 너무 쟁쟁한 팀들이 너무 많기 때문에 좀 더 경기력을 봐야 된다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, but at the same time, we have so many strong teams at the MSI, so we also have to wait and see.
All right, but which one then? Because even though we had only one-sided series so far, who do you think is the more scary opponent and why?
그렇다면 쟁쟁한 팀이 많다고 하셨잖아요. 지금 사실은 브래켓 스테이지에 들어와서 계속 원사이드한 경기 양상이 많이 나왔습니다. 룰러 선수가 볼 때는 어느 팀이 가장 위협적이다라고 느껴지시나요?
모든 팀들이 다 위협적이긴 하지만 뭐 T1 젠지도 되게 위협적이고 BLG도 위협적이라 생각합니다.
I mean, I can say every team is looking scary, but I want to say T1 and Genji and BLG.
And I want to see the rematch against the LCK. Last question for you, Ruler. You're a world champion. You're an LCK champion. You're an LPL champion and LPL Finals MVP. What is the motivation for the rest of your career and this next chapter that you're about to open?
네, 룰러 선수는 또 월즈 우승자, LCK 우승자, LPL 우승에 LPL 결승 FMVP에 선정이 되시면서 정말 수많은 업적을 계속 남기고 계십니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 계속해서 조금 앞으로 나아갈 수 있는 원동력이 무엇인가요?
이 게임이 되게 재밌기 때문에 제가 더 나아갈 수 있다고 생각하고 그리고 여기 와주신 분들과 이제 못 오셨지만 응원해주시는 팬분들이 너무 많기 때문에 제가 더 나아갈 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
First off, this game is so fun, you know, and that's my biggest motivation. And also, just these fans out here, and also my fans watching us like online, are my biggest motivation.
Amazing to see the support from the audience every time.
Thank you.
축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
인터뷰 감사합니다. Ji-sun, thank you so much for being with me on stage as always. And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. Another wonderful interview, and I bet Ruler is really happy with their performance as JDG move on to the upper bracket. But we've got a special guest at MSI Cooldown. FLICKR, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I think you're probably one of the best people to talk about everything we're going to talk about. We have a lot to break down, but let's start with the series, obviously, which everyone here on the desk agreed that you had a fantastic series, and I think the rest of your team also had moments. But what in the end was it? What wall did you run into?
I think it was really just the team fighting. Like we were able to get through the lane phase pretty well. We were getting early leads, and then just like in the team fights, we couldn't execute well, and we would just end up losing.
We'll take a look at some of the highlights, but Emily, that kind of, I mean, explains it well, I think.
It tracks, yeah.
It tracks.
I think, I mean, going into this, I will say, I'm not sure if you've seen this yet, but
No,
you guys
no,
essentially passed each other, did not notice each other, were pinging out each other's buffs alternatively on the top side to try to see where you were going to start. What was your, I guess, early game plan with River on this Rengar to try to get him ahead?
Yeah, I mean, Rengar is just a really strong level 1 champion, so we definitely wanted to look for the invade. And then when we didn't find anyone, we were like, oh, like, they're probably behind us, or they could be at the blue buff. But everyone was just talking about the fight, and we ended up getting 2 kills. So.
He's behind me, isn't he? Yeah, but that worked out for you, and I think it was clean. And in some points, the early game was really awe-inspiring, I want to say, but you seem to have run into the issue that the other teams versus LCK and LPL also ran into it, as that despite building up an early lead, be it in lane, or be it even a team accrued gold lead, it seems very hard to get the snowball going. Was that also the case here? Not particularly in game 3, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly in game 2 that I think that would be like the thing, and it just... I don't know, it's going really well right until the moment where it isn't, and then it just seems like everything falls apart, and it's just really hard to play.
Something I actually wanted to ask is, like, in game 2, Canon, you were decently fed. Did you notice a really big difference? Because to me, it feels like both the LPL and LCK teams are so much better at denying flanks and keeping someone to mark you. Like, did you notice that while playing, or was it more the rest of the map state that wasn't really favorable for you getting anything? Or them dealing with it, rather?
I think it's a bit of both. Like, I mean, they're really good at team fighting, and that definitely includes like knowing where everyone is and marking the flankers and making sure they're not giving like these big engage angles. But I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great answer.
I mean, yeah, it's probably hard when you're playing the game to see all those things happening. We do have our 1+ player of the series, and it is Kanavi. And we were talking a lot about, you know, there's very visible impact in team fights and entries to team fights. Licorice, but in general, it seemed like he did also a very good job just shadowing, making sure that you guys couldn't capitalize on any opportunities.
Yeah, no, I think he had a really good series. And I mean, especially the game 2 on Wukong, he was just like a menace, and we weren't able to deal with him really well. And I think that was like a big part in why the team fights went badly that game. So I think well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in this final game too, obviously, the Rengar was picked as a direct counter to the Kazakhs. Maybe the rest of the comp was a little difficult for Rengar to play, but he just absolutely popped off on this Kazakh pick. I know it's not a pick that people think you should always like necessarily have everything behind. I know sometimes people are a little iffy on how much of a carry this can be in certain compositions. I think Kanavi showed exactly why junglers themselves value this pick so highly.
Yeah, exactly. And it was very convincing if you look at all 3 of the games. And FLICKR, we talked a lot about your matchup versus 369 specifically, but also kind of the journey you went through this year and the fact that you found so much success as the playoffs in the LCS went on. And as said already, a good series out of you. So what's the feeling in terms of how you feel you're matching up right now against this international competition?
I mean, I think I'm playing really well. I think for me, a lot of it is just showing up and playing my own game. And I think I've been able to do a really good job of that since the playoffs in LCS. And like, I don't know, I haven't felt like there's been a huge like gap in the top lane or anything. Like I felt like I've been able to compete against these players and like, hopefully I'll be able to keep doing well this tournament.
Yeah. One thing that's super interesting to me is obviously you're going to be going up against C9, who you guys face in finals. There was actually, so like this isn't just a like East versus West thing, right? Like you had some similar problems in that C9 series, right? Where you guys would get early game leads and then end up losing in a lot of team fights. How much do you think you've improved as a team from facing C9 the last time, and how do you think that matchup is going to go this time?
I think we've gotten a lot better. As far as the matchup's going to go, I think we're going to win. I'm sure C9 thinks they're going to win. So like, I mean, like, I'm not like, I don't know, I'm not like, it's just so hard to tell, you know? Like, we haven't played them in forever. We've just been in scrimming at MSI, and like, everyone's going to get better at international competition. But I think that we can be a really strong team right now, and I think we'll have a good match into them.
Okay, cool. Really excited for that. That is on Sunday. Maurits, you also wanted to take a look specifically at kind of how the meta has been evolving here in the bracket stage?
Yeah, because something that we usually see is that there's a really big gap between play-ins and bracket stage. Both at Worlds and at MSI, things like Yumi come to mind. If we remember Amumu support and MF, there's a type of picks that come up and then kind of disappear. Looking at what we've seen between play-ins and bracket stage, though, I think the only one in Italy we saw some attention go towards, but it was really only the teams that felt like they were way stronger, put a lot of pressure or priority rather on the champion. And I'm really happy to see that Cassandre has gone from 68% presence to 100. I think the champion is completely busted. You can pick it in any role, as you've shown, great at solo killing opponents, extremely strong in team fights, flexible, makes it really hard to get the daily carries, which right now are such a big deal. So, and there we go. Hey, we had to bring it up.
We were all really happy. Like, we'll get it.
No, I mean, you can hear the crowd a little bit in the background. And
yeah.
It's always really fun.
Yeah, to be fair, this is, I think, the fullest house that I've seen, and they were chanting a lot. I also think there's like D2 Army, but it's very transferable chant because you just got to change the 2 to a G. So they're like, let's go, GG. And it worked really well. Because, of course, you are still in the tournament because we are going to see both the upper brackets and the lower brackets play out in the next couple of days. We're going to start 1 hour earlier, by the way. I'll repeat it by the end at least. But we have all regional matchups now, of which most of them are finals rematches, not the one coming from the LEC. So, Emily, do you want to kick us off?
I mean, obviously Gen G, T1, and BLG, JDG are super interesting to me, if only because BLG did give JDG trouble initially the first time they met in that LPL playoff bracket, like I said, at the top of the day. But finals was very convincingly JDG favored, and I haven't seen anything from this tournament that would lead me to believe otherwise. I think JDG should still be favored in that matchup. I'm super curious. That's why I asked you that question, though, because I'm really interested to see how much you guys have evolved as a team to go into C9, because I think initially when I against you very heavily, you proved me wrong, and I think you have a much better chance going into this matchup against C9. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if people think you're favored.
Yeah, no, I think we have a really good shot, and like the last time we played them, we definitely had a little bit of like the fatigue setting in from like the long gauntlet run and then like the travel and the finals, the losers finals.
Yeah.
The losers finals the day before, so I think like it'll be much more even footing this time, and I think we'll have a much better match out of us.
Maurits.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. I'm also obviously looking forward to Gen G T1. You know, just because I've seen it a bunch of times doesn't mean that it's going to be good again. And what is most interesting to me is that Gen G kind of went more towards T1 style, and T1 kind of went more towards Gen G style, if you look at how they played in the respective playoffs. So I'm really excited to see whether they're going to stick with that or whether they're going to swap back to what we saw from them domestically.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry for my present guest, but we're going to see a good series. Like, that goes maybe 4 to 5 games. I mean, from both sides, that came out harsher than I meant. Which, you know, what else is new? What else is new? Overall, though, I'd love to know, FLICKR, since you have that scrim experience as well in terms of the favorites, who do you have your eye on as you think is currently the strongest?
We haven't scrimmed all the top teams. But I mean, T1 looks really strong.
Okay,
so.
cool. Yeah, it's kind of a
safe bet.
Yeah,
safe bet. Yeah, they make it to a lot of finals. So tomorrow we'll have Gen G versus T1, and then we'll have G2 versus Mad. So back to back, we'll have 2 best of 5s. And yeah, as the LEC representative, I'm excited for G2 versus the Mad Lions. I mean, we didn't see it in this finals, we did see it last time around, and I don't know what my gut tells me. The Mad Lions, they imploded so heavily in that series after that early game versus T1 that I have a slight bit more faith in G2.
Yeah, in their defense, it is non-finals T1, and they are really good, right? Like, they just treat this like it's the regular season. But I do think that what we saw from G2 as well, the way that they were able to really put the pressure to Gen G, is something that Mad Lions, outside of the one early game, wasn't able to replicate.
It's true. Okay, do you like licorice? No, yeah, licorice?
Yeah, I love licorice.
Yeah, we have some licorice.
Yeah.
Do you want some? Yeah. We were gonna do a little, like a little bit where he is like cosplaying 369 and he's eating licorice.
But you were
playing too good.
You were playing
so
way
we're
too
just gonna eat it.
So I'm gonna join you.
You'll join me? Okay.
Yeah,
hey, we want a piece.
But now it's in celebration. You want a piece as well?
Yeah. Do you have like the small ones?
Yeah, of course.
Or?
No, I can.
No, okay.
Can rip it up. There we go.
I actually really don't like it, so this is. I'm doing this for the good of the show. All right. Oh, so good.
Amazing.
Delicious.
Great. That's all from us here today. We'll be back tomorrow with a double best of 5. We are also starting earlier, noon here, London time. So buckle up for a potential 10 games. See you then. Oh.
Not a fan, huh?
I'm sticking to my team so much.
Let's have fun, okay, guys? Don't play scared. Yeah. Play aggressive. Come in, go. Okay. Jinx. Jinx is dead. Maybe take. Nice.
No Ghost, no Flash, no defensive summoners available here for the Gwen. He will not escape, and Licorice gets the kill. But they got the follow-up coming in from Nautilus. Ruler tries to get away, but he goes fishing, and River lands him a kill. They find plenty of damage onto onto River. He barely gets out, and River's at 100 health. Licorice tries to stand and fight, but the Jax is down. JDG take game 1.
Let's go, G. Let's go, GG. Let's go.
Oh, all out. Licorice flashing in.
He'll top. The dive on the bot side, though.
Ruler goes in. He's looking for the stunner. They're going to blow Ruler up. Konami goes back in. Attract and repel. And Wukong's going to hell. Locks him down. River ready for the follow-up, but they did not chain the CC perfectly, so Knight is able to go back underneath the turret, and River will be drowned as they try to make the play. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
Just run. I can go. Go. Nice, go. 0, 0, 0, 0. Go flash. Go flash. Go.
They found Ruler. They're going to go after more. They cannot survive for JDG. And Golden Guardians just killed everybody.
You beautiful bastards, you're doing it.
It is a rule of League of Legends. Through the roar. Missing goes up the wall into the brush. He tries to get away. Grand
entrance is shut down. There's just no damage. There's just no way. There's just no chance for the Golden Guardians. It's a 3-0 win, and they're moving on in the upper bracket.
Get through if we go on this way. You and me will never make